Good afternoon. Today we're going to host Suba, someone Manase Official NAS Spokesperson on Kenyan Peace mediation. So please, those who just joined the clubhouse, you can share the room, and those who are watching us through the live YouTube, please share the video. As we proceed, we are going to play some songs here, and also some words from our chairman of National Salvation Front, General Thomas Chirilo Soka.
وانتو ما في زول بيكون قاعد قالوا ما في فوق في كلام بتاعنا في داخل الجنوب حاجه ثانيه جا حاصل لزول ثاني هنا قال ده انا ما في فوق تاغانو اساكر سالفا كي قتلوا ناس قال انا ما في فوق جنا كم نسوان قال انا ما في فوق يسدي مقبله قال انا ما في فوق. انا ده نقول لكم انه ما في شعب جناجا الا الشعب الجوجي ما بعده. شعب الجي كلم قال انا ما في فوقه وديا براو ده شعب بتاعي لانه الحكومه الظالم ده مجيج بتاعه كانت هم ده وقفوا ما بعدون وفي زولتا الجي كلم قال انا ما في فوقه ده هم بكاتوليتا هم جروب ما جروب بكره ده بكاتوليتا وبكره بيروح لاكو بتاعك بعد بكره لاكو بتاعك ثاني ولا لاكو بتاعك ثاني. عشان كده تكون لازم تكونوا موجودين مع بعض، لازم تكونوا مع بعض، لازم تكونوا متماسكين. الزول اللي كلم قال هو زول محايد ده ذاته يجي يكون سالفه غير كثير في داخل النظام في داخل البلد. يا زول يسيبوا سالفه غير يستعملوا البلد قدام البلد. ده يسيبوا سالفه غير بيكون عنده طول زمن طويل جدا في السلطه وبيدمر البلد. نو ناس اللي كلم قال انا محايد دي او ناس اللي غير يجوا ورا. فانتوا شجعوا نفسكم. كان انتم اللي يقول زول ثاني كلم قال هو محايد كلم قال يسوق المحايد بتاعك ده يجي يكون تاب ثاني يزيدوا. ورجع يقولوا زي ما في حاجه محايد. في حاجه بطال في شيطان في داخل البلد وفي حاجه الكويس في البلد. انت لازم بيختار بين حاجه البطال وحاجه الكويس. ما في حاجه في النص. بلد انتهى وماشي يفرتك. انت لسه دير كلمه قال انت في النص ما في حاجه زي ده. نو ناس اللي كلمه قال لهم جوجي في النص ده ناس يجي خد راس جنبي تباني لك يوم الليل. شكل محايد ده. سو انتوا اجيفوا مع بعض شيلوا ديسيجن. نعرفين انه الزمن الصعب ده وخاصه الناس اللي داخل البلد في خوف، حتى الناس اللي قاعدين برا في خوف، في تهديدات من اجهزه بتامن بتسال فكر. لكن انت شيلوا شجاعه رقدوا قلبك وشيلوا ديسيجن عشان انت تجيب ما بلد بتاعك ونضال بتاع الشعب بتاعك.
شكرا جزيلا. الناس الكل جو في غرفة يا ريتوا عملوا شير للغرفة، واحنا برضو لايف في يوتيوب. الناطق باسم جبهة الخلاص الوطني والناطق بكل تفاصيل جبهة الخلاص الوطني أو الناطق الرسمي هو مستر سوبا سامويل مناسة، وهيجي يكون معنا. هيكون ده لقاء شامل عشان الجنوبيين يقدروا يعرفوا شنو الماشي على الأرض. وقبل ما نمشي قدام زي ما احنا سمينا صوت بتاع جنرال توماس، احنا برضو نسمع شوية لأخونا جيمي.
Listen, this is a message from the National Salvation Front, to bring peace and unity to our people. Rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Rise, rise. Rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Yeah, rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Yeah, rise up, my people. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. NAS, people power. NAS, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. National Salvation Mission to restore our unity. National Salvation Mission to restore our dignity. To bring us the rule of law and accountability. Social justice and the equal rights. To restore people dignity. Establish a federal system. We believe in people power to restore our unity, to restore our rights. NAS, people power. NAS, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. It's a time for South Sudanese to rise up to fight for their own rights. We got to move this regime out of our way. General Thomas doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. National Salvation doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. Look at all opposition in Juba, they sign peace with no solution. Look at all opposition sign peace in Juba, they left with no solution. Make your decision, National Salvation is the last solution. Make your decision, National Salvation is the last solution. NAS, people power. NAS, people power. NAS, yeah, people power. NAS, yeah, people power.
Yeah, thank you. That was our brother compatriot Jimmy Santarlina Orica. Sang NAS, people power. As we still waiting for our guest, he will be here shortly. Let's maybe give another song, but he's somewhere around here. Yeah.
Wisdom and power, Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression. to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always nice, go people power.
Yeah, let's also welcome all our compatriots and co-hosts on the stage, Simon Boldoza and Engineer Dominic and Molana Lion Roa or Molana Lee. Please, if you want to say something before we welcome the guests, if you have anything to say, please.
I think we just need to maybe put more 2 songs and second kida. Oh, Nasal Data Jama, you guys continue to pin in your friends so that they can come. This is for need to come and listen from our spokesperson. Is going to tell us more about what is happening. So it is good for all the people of South Sudan to be here so that they can hear instead of Ajat Al-Gas Mam in Bara, Ma Begderisag. So Aizol, try to pin all your friends to come in so that we can listen together. Shukran.
Compatriot Dominic, please.
Yeah, thank you, Teresa. Thank you so very much, compatriot Teresa, compatriot Bui, and all the compatriots down listening to me. I think today is a very important day in the history of our struggle and that of the people of South Sudan. Your movement, the National Salvation Front, has taken some decisions, and that decision is emanating from a deeper thought of addressing the root causes of the problem of this country. And we thought it is very important to come and let the people of South Sudan also know the intentions of the current, peace agreement, so that they are not carried by the propaganda of the government that there are other people that are anti-peace. For quite a long time, as the National Salvation Front, we say we are committed to a genuine peace that will address the root causes of the problem that brings about, or that brought about that conflict in the first place. And that is why in 2018, in Khartoum, Sudan, having read through the lines of the intentions of the government of the day, calling themselves as mediators, we decided to reject that peace. And we were called names, but over the years, history was able to absorb us and vindicate us that we were true to the calls of and not only just true to the calls, but we were so very concerned about issues of war and peace that will address the root causes of the problem of this country. So, Suba will come and talk to you a lot about this. I don't want to snatch the things that he will have to say, but reputation will always be good, because once Suba comes, some of us will also keep quiet and listen, because the show is actually for him to speak direct to the people of this country. But to us is a history that is about to repeat itself. We wanted to assure you as masses, as people, that our decision is actually based on the interest of the people of South Sudan. And we have said many a times that we are a people-centered movement and that we are not going to betray the cause of the people of South Sudan. That is why we keep on insisting for a genuine peace and a call for the resolutions of the conflict of South Sudan. We wanted to include everybody. That is why we, through the NCF, also talked about the roundtable conference. Because, like I said, 8 years down the line, they were not able to implement the agreement. Rather, what is happening in Khartoum is that the regime wanted legitimacy and to continue with, their plan of conducting an election. And this show of talks that is happening in Nairobi is a usually, fair diplomacy and what is called public relationship. People will come and talk nice words. We were for you. We wanted to see to it that, South Sudan, jumpstart the peace in South Sudan is by extension a peace in our neighboring country. All these sweet talks, they will come and say it. But that is the end of it. When people go back to Juba, it is a furrow that is there. And without a mechanism of addressing those problems, we will end up in the same vicious cycle of the Khartoum Peace Agreement, where people will just be locked in Juba, and then the rest will be history. Because the government of Salva Kiir is not interested. Even now, as we speak, and I believe Suba will come and elaborate tomorrow night, these people are not very happy with inclusions of other forces into this negotiation. I was made aware that the delegation of PCCA, the government has to protest its inclusions. Now that can show to you that this is a person and a partner that is not actually genuine in addressing the root causes of the problem of this country, by extension, including everybody. And this is what we were saying, and this is what we have since last 4 years through the Rome Initiative of talked to these people, that, this bilateral agreement will not solve the problem of our country. SPLM will continue to fail us and drag the country into, abyss. So the best way for us to get out of this is to come out of this through a forum where we can be able to, sit and address this problem once and for all. And the mechanisms are all just there. So I don't need to talk too much. Teresa, I'll have to stop. But here, let's hope that our compatriot Suba is around so that he can take. But in the interest of this room, I wanted you to share it to different groupings of yours. Let people come and listen to the real talks, the things that are happening in the Nairobi peace talks, coupled with the fact that there will be a very deep analysis of the same. I wanted to thank you for coming I wanted to thank you for sharing the room. So please fasten your seatbelt, get some popcorns, and enjoy the ride with us, with our spokesperson, compatriot Suba Samuel Manase. Teresa, I give you back the podium.
Yeah, thank you very much, compatriot Dominic. Let's give a chance to Molana Lee, and please, if you see the guest down there, just bring him up. Sorry.
Thank you, Maulana Teresa, compatriot Simon, compatriot Dominic, all compatriots in the audience, and all the South Sudanese who are listening to us.
Compatriots, bro, I haven't seen you in the room, so I didn't know that you are here. So welcome, bro.
I'm in the room. I'm very stealthy. All right. Welcome all of you, all South Sudanese and compatriots in the audience. It is ungodly hours for me here, but that's revolution. My greetings to all of you, fellow countrymen. Compatriot Dominic has said a lot. All I can add to it is that tonight, this interview, exclusive interview with spokesperson compatriot Suba, is a fact-finding. It's unpacking the truth that you will not hear it in the media. You will not hear it from the government. You will not hear it from the government of South Sudan or the government of Kenya, who are the mediators. This truth has to be said, and this is why the regime was so hopeful of why NAS should be part of the masquerade peace talks in Nairobi. Be open-minded. If you have to take notes, take notes. If you have to record, do recording for your own political worth. You need to listen to this. You do not need tomorrow to be juggling your mind in rooms, in clubhouse, or wherever you will be debating or discussing politics of the current politics of South Sudan. You do not need to be guessing what National Salvation Front stance is in when it comes to these Nairobi talks. So you should be saying and telling the truth as you heard it. The saying is, as it comes from the mouth of the horse. This has all while been our position. We will make it clear. If there is some cloudy ideas that you had in your mind or you were not sure of, you were going off what other people were saying, be it the supporters of the regime, the Ansar al-Fatah, Ansaf Ansar al-Fatah, Arba Ansaf Ansar al-Fatah, and the surrogate kids of JCE spreading all over the place, littering the media. If that's what you've been going off from, today is the time for you to listen carefully, make your notes, and compare, and know why the decision was taken by National Salvation Front and its partners in the alliance, why not to or to participate in Nairobi talks. So there is no position here, or there is no space to waste. It is here. The truth will be spoken as it should be, with facts, no sugarcoating. It will all be naked. as it should be. So with those few remarks, I would say, stay put, get ready, be open-minded, listen from the beginning to the end, equip yourself with knowledge, even if you do not agree with it, equip yourself with it. So when tomorrow you say something, you do not deviate from what is true, and you'll be able to differentiate the facts from non-facts and all the fiction and the masquerade that is coming out of Nairobi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Father.
Yeah, shukran. Lenas tanina jama ana mutakidi to minor ajere even schedule bita peace talk to Nairobi de. Loita eno fi ajere schedule to monde yani ajata al-kutina basically justice and reform a sector there it nina jalta guy na kuma fi ajata na aktar min that. So I don't know if that's a talk ajere really peace almuhim ana mind anything to do with the root causes sunusu na ajadel maf. Falmain taban finance tani lisa watasba because nas lisa numsu yakide. Let me just wake you guys up so that you can be ready for this intensive interview. People power indeed. يعني الكلام ده مطر في الناس في الزراعه تاني وتانيين ما فوق المطر يعني الكلام ده بيكون كيف؟ معناته ما في عداله. هسه في ناس شغالين في جوبا في ناس كانوا مجان في ناس قاعد يموت كيف بيقولوا في عداله؟ المهم فقط كتريزه كالكاري.
Yeah, thank you, Bulldozer Simon, for the song. It's Nazgua, yeah. So I'm not sure if the guest is here already. Maybe one of you can communicate with him because we're about to start. Meanwhile, let's go on with our interview. As we say that today is an inclusive interview with Suba Samuel Manase, Official NAS Spokesperson on the Kenyan Peace mediation. So he's going to highlight a lot of issue through the question that we are going to ask him. So that's why we want to make it clear to the people of South Sudan to get the clear information from the official NAS spokesperson. And I appreciate you very much. Yeah.
Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression, to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always nice, Goa people power. Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression, to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always nice, Goa people power.
Yeah, always Nas people power, Nas Goa. My brothers and sisters, today I want to take this honor to welcome our compatriot, the NAS spokesperson of National Salvation Front, of course. In this inclusive interview with him, he's an official NAS spokesperson for Kenyan Peace mediation. Mr. Suba Samuel, you're welcome, and I want to give microphone to my brother compatriot Molana Lee. If you can also welcome Mr. Suba on the stage here.
Thank you so much, compatriot Teresa. Compatriot Suba Samuel, greetings, revolutionary greetings to you. Welcome to NAS Global Forum. It has been a while since we last hosted you here. I believe the people of South Sudan, the suffering people of South Sudan, are eager to listen to you. As we've already made it clear, this exclusive interview is an interview to lay down the facts that the people of South Sudan will not hear from anywhere. They won't hear it from the regime. They won't hear it from the Kenyan government. They won't hear it from anyone who is participating in that what I call masquerade the peace talks in Nairobi. It is facts that will equip anyone who wants to be able to decipher the truth from within a murky water. You're welcome, compatriot. You're at the right spot. You are here to deliver the truth as it should be. On behalf of my compatriots who are hosting you this evening, this morning, tonight, today, each according to their time, we are more than welcome hosting you and being with you in this exclusive interview. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, compatriot. Welcome you. Also, I want to thank the fellow moderators, Sister Teresa, Simon, and Dominic, for your warm welcome for me to come and today interact with you and the audience and members of National Salvation Front and the entire people of South Sudan on the recent development which is going on, particularly on the question of peace and mediation regarding the conflict in South Sudan. Indeed, you met it right. It has been a long time that we have not been here. But all along, the NAS media, with all the activists, have been engaging the members and the people of South Sudan on the development within us and in the country. So that also implies that we are always in touch with the people. And what matters is the message that we have as National Salvation Front, but not a matter of times that we are always appearing. But today, I'm happy because we'll be discussing, we'll be passing out, important messages about the new development, and perhaps also root with the reality on how the country is going and what is our projection as national solution. Once again, I'm happy to be here, and I look forward for a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, compatriot Molana Lee, for the sake of the time as well, we can already proceed and then start to ask the question of this interview today. Maybe you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, compatriot Teresa. Compatriot Suba. The Rome Peace Initiative, right from the onset, gained confidence of all the parties, and these are the Kir's government and the non-signatories to the R-Axis, which initiative virtually lasted for nearly 4 years. Could you please tell the audience and the people of South Sudan about how Rome Initiative under the auspices of St. Egidio came about?
Thank you very much, compatriot Lee, and other moderators. I think this is a very important question. It is asking about trying to establish how St. Egidio or Rome peace process came about. I think we all know the peace, the RCS, Revitalized Agreement Resolution of Conflict in South Sudan, was concluded in Khartoum in 2018. This agreement started way back after the collapse of the Agreement on Resolution of Conflict of South Sudan 2015. And it has been going on in Addis Ababa. Several rounds of negotiation were conducted, and there were no breakthrough at all. And this is because of the government's policy of intransigence, of lack of political will to accept then that time they're negotiating with the IO. And I think that time also when we have already formed as National Salvation Front 2017, we joined the process. But things were not going okay. Immediately, the Ethiopian government, because of the intransigency of the government of Juba, decided to give up the mediation. And then the president of Sudan then, Umar al-Bashir, decided to take over, such that he could also give a trial. So the talks were moved from Ethiopia to Addis Ababa to Khartoum. When the talks were in Khartoum, some of you I think followed. In Khartoum was stated a different strategy of negotiation. Actually, there was no negotiation. They just drafted the document. They put in their own ideas, and then the parties were then made to sign whatever they put down. Where there was a resistance, actually people were made or forced to accept the agreement. The agreement did not last for long, and then it was just concluded. We, as participants, after realizing that the negotiations were not free and fair, and it was not transparent, we decided to move out from that negotiation. And we rejected the whole process, and we described the agreement as futile peace agreement. And we have been attacked left, right, center from all quarters. We are even described as terrorists, we are described as warmongers, people who are obstructing peace and the like. But at the end of the day, we are justified because this very peace that people were talking about since 2018 till today, till tomorrow, it was not implemented. And it's a challenge today to those who have been describing us as anti-peace, those who have been calling us names today, to look directly into our eyes and tell us whether we are indeed anti-peace or the peace that was discussed was something which is unimplementable. And the government of South Sudan is intransigent, it's not willing to implement any agreement, doesn't want to take the people of South Sudan into the dreams that they have yearned for all this time, to have a stable, democratic, and a peaceful country where people live as equal in that country. That's not their wish. Their wish is to have a country which is owned by a few cliques, few individuals whose job is to loot and own the country, and then puts the rest of the people into misery and destitute and rule them as if they are their tools and the like. That is a simple definition the government of Kir is describing the country called South Sudan. Now, when we rejected the agreement, IGAD tried to have us join the agreement. We had several rounds of talks with them in Addis Ababa on how they wanted us to join the agreement. But then we completely differ because we have our own vision, we have our own approach on how we can solve the problem of that country. We presented to IGAD, if you wanted us to negotiate with the government, this is the way forward. We must address the root causes of the conflict in the country in a credible negotiation platform, but not in a platform where other members are coerced to accept. Today, IO in Juba is not doing anything because the negotiations that were held in Khartoum were not that free that can allow them to actually negotiate in an equal way. That cannot make them today to be a junior partner in the agreement where they are not able to have a say in the implementation of this agreement. And it is because of the flawedness of that agreement when it was discussed in Khartoum. Now, when we rejected, then because there are many people in the international community and a lot of people coming to us, asking us what could be the way forward for us to move forward with the discussion. And we've been sharing with them our ideas and the like. So one of the group that came to us seeking about our intelligence on how this peace process could be reinstated and people could go ahead and talk is actually Sendigidio. So Sendigidio came and met us in Ethiopia and discussed with us that actually they are a church institution that specializes in conflict resolution. And they told us about their role in resolving conflict in many countries, especially in Southern American states. They're involved in a lot of conflict resolutions. You know the history of South American states as far as conflict is concerned. Even in Africa, especially in Central Africa, also in Mozambique. Mozambique, they had a successful mediation there until they're able to address the problem in Mozambique. So they have a history, a pedigree of conflict resolution in that. So when they came and said they are ready to help us if we can accept, we said no. For us, we are ready to talk with Juba so long as there is a free and transparent atmosphere. If you can convince Juba and Juba accept, And for us, we don't have a problem. They also made their own consultation in Juba, and then Juba also accepted. So this mutual acceptance between us and Juba culminated now to what is called Rome Declaration. And that's why after that, we agreed and we converged in Rome, Italy. And that's when by 2020, January 2013, we successfully signed a document called Rome Declaration, and we continued until 2020, also March 17, we were able to sign a document called Declaration, a document called Resolutions on Monitoring and Verification, Rome Resolution on Monitoring and Verification. And then we also discuss Declaration of Principles, DOPs, which was actually partially concluded. That's when Juba decided to move and rejected, and that's why we're not able to discuss. Then after that, they decided and I think renewed their mandate for 2 years, and that one also made us to change our tactics, and that's why we brought in later on the idea of roundtable conference, because we now see that this bilateral discussion between parties to the conflict is not actually inclusive. So the only inclusive way is to actually to open the space of the discussions, of the participation, and that's why we thought that through roundtable conference, there will be a lot of stakeholders participating in the question of how they wanted to be governed, on the question of how South Sudan is to attain peace, but not an exclusive prerogative of parties to the conflict, but also should be a prerogative to all the stakeholders that constitute that country. That's the reason why we brought that idea. So basically, given this brief history, this is how Rome Initiative came about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, compatriot Suba, for that elaborate brief how Senegidio came about. So given the NAS background on Khartoum Peace Agreement in 2018, as you briefly elaborated there, which agreement that culminated into the signing of the RRCs, the agreement which NAS and its partners rejected in totality until today. Are there any concurrences or related aspects or experiences that NAS is associating with the current Kenyan Peace Initiative?
I think this is a very, very good question. I can say yes, there is a lot of concurrence or relations. One, Khartoum Peace Agreement was an agreement, a mediation which is done by the government of Khartoum then, the NCP government under Bashir. And then this Kenyan mediation is also done by government of Kenya. So it's a very important aspect because I want the viewers, rather the listeners, to know the role of the government mediation. First of all, government has relations, either diplomatic relations or any other relations that binds governments. Government has interest, either has an interest or no interest. Now, given this aspect, these two aspects, whether relations or interest, and one party or one government is made as a mediator to resolve a conflict of a certain country, you will not rule out, first of all, the interest of that government in the other government. So you find that if the government, which is interested in the mediation, has a relation with the government where they are trying to solve the problem and it has an interest in that government, then definitely it will influence the nature of the mediation. That is a fundamental area that people must know. Khartoum has an interest in Juba then, and therefore they have to influence the negotiation to represent such that they have a government that represents their interest. And therefore, with the current negotiation, we cannot rule out the huge possibility that the government of Kenya has an interest in South Sudan. Everybody knows the Kenyan interest in South Sudan. Whether in the financial sector, they have interest in South Sudan. Whether in the export sector, they have interest in South Sudan. So based on that, or in geopolitics, they have an interest in South Sudan. And therefore, their interest will definitely determine the outcome of any negotiation, because the outcome of any negotiation must correspond or must be positive to their interest. And that's why you find that such a situation, you will not find that such a person or a mediator will be able to play a level ground for the satisfaction of all people. This is one fundamental relations that are found out between the RRCs under Khartoum and then the current mediation which is going on in Kenya. And this is a fundamental issue because we are talking about issues of life and death. And therefore, when we're talking about issues of life and death here, we don't give things an easy ride. You have to nail it properly. That's one. Now number two is actually the agreement itself. What is the Kenyan framework on this agreement? How do they view the problem of resolving the conflict in South Sudan? What is their view? Their view based on the documents that they have shared and based on their talking points of some of their delegates that they are talking about that their mandate is actually to facilitate the implementation of the RCs. They don't have anything that says we need to either renegotiate or we need to come out with a new agreement. That's, I think, out of their view on how to resolve this current problem. So now we are associating that this Kenyan mediation is closely related to the RCs because it wants to reinforce the implementation of RCs. And this completely could not be in our favor because already we rejected RCs from the onset. Now, if we rejected RCs and we came out from the doors, we rejected it and we came out from the doors that met us to enter into RCs in Khartoum. We came out through the same doors that we entered into. Now, today, who is that can take us by window to get into the RCs in different fashion to accept the futile or the failed RCs in a different fashion? So this is the kind of relationship, this is the kind of experiences and concurrences that we have actually singled out between these two mediation process. Thank you.
Now, citing the methodology that you have explained in the last few sentences there, let me that gets me to the following up as to finding out what is your scenario or vision on the splinter groups that we have seen that who have defected from the other movements. For example, Dr. Sunday Dijon group from the SSUF, among others, were not invited to participate in the talks in Nairobi. Only those disgruntled NAS officers and maybe General Stephen Boy were the only ones who were invited. So how do you fit this into the bigger picture?
You have actually reminded me on other concurrence or other related aspects that has actually slipped my mind. You remember during Khartoum, after a Khartoum peace agreement that resulted into RRCs. After Khartoum operatives, the mediators realized that National Salvation Front is not willing, by all indicators, our physical, our behaviors, our actions, our utterances, as indicating that we are not going to be part of this of the agreement. They decided to come out with a policy of dividing NAS. They started reaching out to some military officers within NAS, and some politicians. Immediately when we walked out of the agreement, they brought in the defectors, because immediately those people declared defection. And those of Tabule, those of Khalid Butrus immediately took over, and then they became NAS Peace. You see, the idea was, by the way, this is an NCP old script. Even during the SPLM time, this is what they have been using. When Garang was very steady and firm on the question of negotiation with Khartoum, the government in Juba, current Khartoum, decided to use tricks of buying SPLM commanders. And that's why you can see in 1990, there was a split in the SPLM. Riek Machar Lomako went. And then later on, there was also continuous split. Those of Garbino, they went. Those of many people, commanders, defected, and they signed agreement with Juba, with Khartoum. The idea was to weaken the SPLA, but the SPLA stood firm, because some of these ideas and strategy, yes, it can work temporarily. It can actually delay the length of the struggle, but it cannot kill the struggle. See that? It can only delay, it can frustrate, but it cannot kill the struggle. That was the same script Khartoum used when they are mediating now. They tried to frustrate us, and indeed it worked, frustrating our efforts, but we stood our ground. And what happened? First of all, they went. They were affected. They are the first people who went. And the regime was not able to benefit from this offer which was given by NCP. And that's why today, as we speak, what was prepared, well cooked, and given to them to implement, they are not able to implement it, because we are talking about peace, we are talking about the lives of people, we are talking about the future of the country. So you cannot build a country on deception. You build a country on truth. There was one Ghanaian, I saw one time, he was lecturing people in parliament, and he was saying, a government cannot deny, you cannot deceive people on the state of the economy of the country. Because when you say my economy is fine, then inflation will expose you. When you say my economy is fine, the exchange rate will expose you. When you say my economy is fine, the standard of living and the poverty level in the country will expose you. Because these indicators, you cannot lie. You cannot lie that you are poor or you are rich. You cannot lie that your money is losing ground. And this is exactly what is happening in Juba. So you cannot lie on the future of the country, on the realities of the country, on the situations in the country. You cannot lie on that.
Now, this similar approach shamelessly is also used in Nairobi process. Unfortunately, these guys were encouraged actually before the process could start. Already they started engaging some of these officers that we have, and these people, after we realized that they are actually talking with the national security in Juba, the leadership resolved that they should be dismissed. And they are dismissed. And now these are the people who have been hovering around in Nairobi. And we know that in the event, the calculation is that in the event where we reject to go to Nairobi, these people will immediately be invited. I don't want to answer why they are the only defectors or the only dismissed people from National Salvation, not from South Sudan. They are not, but we have many people who are actually dismissed or defected from other groups, and they are there, but they are not invited. Only this group of NAS. Why are they being invited? And I think this, I will answer it later on, because there is another area that I want to connect. I want to connect it with it. So this aspect also brings the issue of how related this approach, this mediation process is, in terms of approaches, in terms of intention, and the similar strategies used for the dividing of our members and to put more pressure to us in Khartoum was almost now also implemented in the current one, which is going, and we are not worried, because we know our capacity, we know our intention. Our intention cannot be frustrated by these monkey tricks, because at the end of the day, these are short-term things that will not work. I think at the end of the day, they will find themselves in Juba, and we're outside. So and everything will go to square one. So it is not. It has not caused anything completely. Thank you.
That's I was laughing listening to to the monkey tricks and to connecting it to all this what is going on. I do understand, and I do believe that the masses of South Sudanese are eager to learn more about what is happening now, because listening to the media and all of this, people get confused with all the information they are being bombarded with. So NAS and two other members of SOMA, that is the National Democratic Movement Patriotic Front of Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin, and South Sudan Movement of Change for Change of Officers Alex Yata. Both of all of this trio declined the Kenyan mediation offer. Now, what are your reservations or fears on the Kenyan initiative? Or in other words, what do you know as for NAS in particular that you want us, the people of South Sudan, to know and understand about Kenyan Peace initiative? Anything that they are not getting right, please explain.
Okay, thank you. This is also another good question. You remember our last meeting with Juba in Rome, Italy, was in, I remember it was March 2023. And in that round of talks, we differed with Juba on the agenda. Juba presented the agenda too, that we need to discuss on security and humanitarian issues. And we said no. We have our own agenda as a SOMA, and our agenda was a roundtable conference. Juba said no.
we were not delegated to discuss about roundtable conference. And they asked for the talks to be adjourned for them to go to Juba to consult with their principal or with their leader. And then they also asked that we should put our idea of roundtable conference in writing, in details, what it entails, such that they will know and they will go and explain what is it. And therefore, they will come back to inform us about the outcome of their consultation with their principal in Juba. So this is how the meeting was adjourned March 2023. And the mediation agreed that we will resume probably in May 2023. That did not take place until today. On 26 December 2023, we were surprised in a social media report, Salva Kiir asking the president of Kenya to take over the mediation of South Sudan peace talks. Nobody was informed about this. Unfortunately, we also came to realize even the mediator, the Sentigidio in Rome, were not even informed about this change. For simple courtesy, we would have expected even Salva Kiir to write to Sentigidio, thank you very much for your efforts all this time for bringing us together, but we are not able to agree. I'm now trying another mediator. That could have been a very simple justification, but this has not even taken place. That is a mediator. For us, nothing. We are not informed. Immediately from there, on 5th of January, I think, that was on 5th of January, 2024, we received now communication from the Kenyan president, now explaining the development that has happened or how he was being asked by President Kiir to be a new mediator and Kenya as a venue. We also, Soma, subsequently also replied to the president explaining our position as a Soma to him. And if I can remember, Soma asked that we need to meet your team in Rome, Italy, in a pre-mediation meeting, so that we understand what is this mediation that we are talking about here. I think that meeting took place between 13 and 14 of April. In that meeting between Soma leadership and Kenyan mediation delegation, two issues were identified. One was we as Soma demand that if Kenya is to be part of this mediation, then first there must be a co-mediation between Kenya and Sentigidio. That's one of the demands of Soma. Two, this mediation shall take place in Rome, Italy, because we are not comfortable with Kenya as a mediation area. So these people also said, no, we are not mandated We don't have power to talk about these issues. Let us go back and consult with our lead mediator, who is the president, and we shall revert back to you on this question. So they went. After they went, we were surprised. Instead of respond for our 2 issues that were given to them, immediately we received an invitation letter. Now this time from the chief mediator, who is Lazaro Sabayo, for us to attend the opening on 10th. Contrary to the resolution of the meeting we had between 13 and 14. So they completely downplayed those 2 issues. The issue is just come. And they call it premediation. I think a premediation means you are supposed to agree, first of all, on the venue, on even your mediation. And then from there, you would now listen whether I accept or not. But all these things are not there. Then from there, just invitation, you just come. And apart from that, they have sent some letters to us, some documents. One other document is called mediation framework, detailing the process of the mediation until the end. And then the other document is called the roadmap for South Sudan peace. The roadmap looks like a schedule, time frame. And then the roadmap is explaining the processes of the agreement that takes place. The roadmap is clear. This process will end in June. And in June, all the opposition will be in Juba to participate in the election. So it's clear. There's no negotiation. This process of Kenya does not have any negotiation. This process of Kenya is actually a transition mediation to facilitate the transfer of the opposition to Juba to participate in the agreement. So based on this and the fact that there is no transparency in terms of opening up such that we discuss and the like, so we thought that it is not prudent, it is not necessary, and it is not even worth for us to go and participate in this kind of talks, which is already it is a locked kind of agreement, and it is contrary to our philosophy of negotiation, our philosophy of understanding on how to resolve the problem in South Sudan. We have always been in a record that unless we address the root causes, but first of all, identifying the root causes of the problem in South Sudan, identifying them, and then addressing them. And this, we have now modified it in a roundtable conference where all people of South Sudan are involved through their legitimate consistencies. Then we will not be able to address and build a peaceful, stable, prosperous country called South Sudan. And an example that I can give, now in this opening negotiation, in opening talks that is going there is Malong, there is Real SPLM or Pagan, there is Stephen, I think, Boy or something, I don't know if it is him or who. And then there is Lolaja, NAS RCC, the Regional Command Council, something. Now you ask yourself, can these people resolve the problem of South Sudan? with all the dynamics that we have, if IO and the rest of SOA and the like in Juba could not implement that agreement for 4 years, what is this that these people are discussing? And what do you think will help in addressing the problem in South Sudan? It is actually daydreaming. It's a joke. And based on that, Mr. Lee, we decided that we cannot be part of this play script that always hurting. We always hurt the feelings, create impression, false hope to the people of South Sudan that we are for you, we are leaders. We are concerned about your problem. We want to bring peace. We want to end the killing. We want to end the displacement. We want to end the raping. We want to end the looting. We want to end this, end this, end this. But at the end of the day, it is just a matter of gaining legitimacy, gaining a status quo, and continue with the same scenarios or the same situation of oppressing the people. And at the end of the day, you find that you just create a false impression for people to clap for you and be happy for a few months. And at the end of the day, you turn them back to the same suffering, to the same thing. So for us, we see it as SOMA, as National Salvation Front. We cannot entertain this. We cannot stomach this. We need to be real. If we are talking about peace, let it be a real peace that can bring lasting peace to the people of South Sudan, but not a false peace that can give somebody short-term legitimacy for survival at expense of the suffering people. That will not be part of it. And that's why we decided not to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, compatriot Suba. You have elaborated much onto the way the Kenyan mediators downplayed the position set forth by SOMA in Rome between the 13th and the 14th of April, and which is then they went on, came up with different idea altogether, which is in resemblance of course our axis of 2018. Now, you've mentioned a name that will resonate with many South Sudanese. You mentioned the name of retired Lieutenant General Lazarus Sambeyo, as his chief mediator, a personality with brilliant history on peace and negotiation on Sudan and South Sudan, the man behind the successful negotiation of comprehensive peace agreement, who was appointed by the Kenyan lead mediator, president of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, to be the chief mediator. Don't you think Lieutenant General retired Lazarus Sambeyo can make some difference in South Sudan stale peace agreement by probably introducing new dynamics that can lead to some breakthrough? We know that there is a pre-cooked arrangement going on. It was clear from your previous explanation that there are pre-cooked arrangement going on. So what do you think is the way that Lieutenant General Lazarus is bringing in?
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. Lazarus Sambeyo has a brilliant history on peace negotiation on Sudan and South Sudan, given his role in the CPA. But I want to draw some comparison here. The context under which CPA was negotiated and the current situation that we're under in are completely different situation altogether. First of all, the CPA was to address the question of the war by then in Sudan, and already what we call the Machakos Protocol, which was signed way back before the actual discussion of CPA, set the framework for the CPA. I think thanks to the brilliancy and the intelligence of Dr. John Garang, who decided that no, unless we agree on the declaration of principle, such that we have a clear agenda of what to discuss. So actually, Machakos Protocol was actually the agenda of the CPA, of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. You see that? So when now those of Lazarus came to handle the CPA, already there was a framework which was agreed on to follow. That is the first comparison. Now, this, in this context, is completely a different thing altogether. That is one. Number two, international community, especially TRICA then, which include America, was completely behind the CPA. During, actually before, during, and after. And that's why the negotiation was successful. There was equal pressure to both SPLM and the government of NCP. You see that? Why? Because the Americans already have taken side that the problem of Sudan must be addressed by, first of all, at least giving autonomy or independence to the people of South Sudan. And that's why the issue of making unity, first of all, attractive, or autonomy through referendum became embedded in the Machakos Protocol. So that means there is an obvious way for the separation of South Sudan. So already that situation was set. So Lazarus actually came to implement a framework which was already in the mind of the powers behind the peace process in South Sudan. You see? So that's the fact that needs to be put into context. I also want to bring another dynamic that the people must also know. That the conflict that started in South Sudan in 2013 and immediately in 2014, people went to Addis Ababa and negotiated an agreement. And that agreement was concluded in 2015, called Agreement on Resolution of Conflict in South Sudan. That agreement was negotiated by a chief mediator called Misfit Zoom, an Ethiopian former foreign minister. He's now late. He's late. And among the mediators or the envoys are envoys from Khartoum, one from Khartoum, one from Kenya, one from Ethiopia, from Ethiopia is Masfinsum, the chief, and then from Somalia, and then from Uganda, the IGAD countries. So the one from Kenya was Lazarus Sambayo. Then it was part of the ASIS of 2015, which was abrogated by Juba in 21 days. When they went there and war broke out in that useless J1 war. That agreement, Lazarus Sambayo was part of it as an envoy representing Kenya as a co-mediator. So what the point I'm trying to draw here is that there is no any other new thing Lazarus is going to bring to this. He was associated with ASIS, failed in 31 days, and now resulted into this RASIS, which failed to be implemented for 4 years, now going to 5 years. Now, what is there that Lazaro, given his history from CPA, he can introduce into these dynamics that we currently have? So the point that I want to bring here, it is not about the mediator that can make difference in negotiation, but it is about the flexibility of the actors, the stakeholders in the mediation that can make difference. In the CPA, and I want to bring a very good point here. During Machakos protocol, 2 people were involved as the key heads of the delegation. Salva Kiir, representing the SPLM, and Gazi Salahuddin, representing the NCP government, National Congress Party. They negotiated Machakos protocol. It was a difficult negotiation. Now, when CPA started, these 2 persons were also involved in the initial start. There, the negotiators, rather the mediators, and the rest of the people, trackers and the like, who are observers, realized that the talks were not going ahead because of the 2 heads of the delegation, and that is Salva Kiir and Gazi Salahuddin. They are rigid. They cannot agree. They are not flexible in a negotiation. So they decided that for these talks to go ahead, they need the real principles to come and negotiate. And that's why they said they need Longaran himself to come, and then Bashir to come. I think because of the ideological and intellectual capacity of Bashir meeting Garang, they decided to bring the number 2. And also because of the protocol even itself, they decided not to bring Bashir, but then Osman Taha was brought. Now, that was how CPA successfully, they realized some progress because of the negotiating capacity of these 2 people and the flexibility and the compromise that they are able to do. You see that? So it is not a matter of the mediators, but the actors involved in the process of the mediation. Now, this glorification we put on the mediator that will maybe help in resolving the problem, I think it is a non-starter. It cannot work. Even when you bring Jesus Christ to be the mediator, facing people who are irreconcilable, people who cannot agree, people who are difficult to negotiate with, people, Jesus will not even succeed to bring these people together. So the point I want to bring here, it is not a personality behind a mediation that makes a difference, but the flexibility and having political will of the parties to engage. For us in Soma, we have a political will. We put our cards open to the people that we wanted the root causes of the problem to be addressed. But we have people in Juba who believes in domination, who believes that they fought in South Sudan. South Sudan is actually owned by them, and everything, whether agreement or whatever, they have to have a larger share, such that the rest are always at the margin, and they have to be on top of these people. When you go to agreement, when you go to negotiation with the concept of dominating others, this agreement will not succeed. And the mediator who is there will not succeed in mediating. So this aspect, or this false celebration that people are having, that now we're drinking Lazarus and therefore peace is imminent, that is not the a genuine analysis. This man has been involved in the discussions in the RCs, and the RCs has not succeeded. And if anything, it has already punched some of his records in terms of mediation. If we consider a successful mediator in terms of an agreement that he has successfully negotiated. So I think that analogy, to me, it is not working. He's just a human being and any mediator, and it doesn't have any probable outcome that it will result into success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, compatriot Suba. And it is indeed goes to show how naive the Kenyan government and Kir regime are, or on down looking at the people of South Sudan. It would also appear that the Kenyans and the Kir regime are determined to continue with Kenya initiative, with or without your participation. Is NAS in any way worried of this development? Secondly, suppose they continue with other groups, what is the likely scenarios of the peace outcome?
Thank you very much. Yes, the peace talk has, I think it has been launched today. We have been seeing some pictures. It has been launched, and even President Salva Kiir was in attendance. The rest of people, I did not put much attention because I have other things to do than following that. That's one. Two, NAS is not worried of this development. Why? Because we have our program, we have an agenda that we're doing. Today, we have been having a meeting. We have been having a meeting that took us almost 6 hours. And this meeting has nothing to do with the peace which is going on in Nairobi, but it has to do with our organizational, administrative, and our zeal to pursue our vision and mission as National Salvation Front. So we have a lot of tasks that we are doing to do our things, to pursue our program. We have forces in the ground that we need to take care of them. We have political wing that generates the ideas of the movement. Those ideas that were there need to be implemented. We need to channel them. We have our diplomatic work linking with our with international community, region, and other stakeholders throughout the world and on our ideas and how they can help us in one way or another. And of course, based on a strategy which is diplomatic, political, building alliances. We have alliances that we always coordinate together, those like-minded group. We engage. So we are really preoccupied with this kind of things. Simply how to overcome this dominant people. That is the whole objective that we have been doing all these things. So whatever is taking place in Nairobi, it has nothing to do with us, and that's why we told them to go ahead, and we wish them well, and in their deliberations and in their discussion with the rest of the opposition group that are there with them. That's one. The second part of the question is what is the likely scenario that will happen? The scenario is one. Unless anything happens, the scenario is one. The scenario is the opposition, those who are there, should be facilitated to go to Juba and participate in the elections. So that is the only scenario. And if you reject, then you have to explain why you are rejecting. See that? So I don't see even a room for rejection here, because I remember when we received the letter from Kenya, and we as SOMA, we said let us have a joint document to send to Kenyans that we are not ready to be in Kenya. We are ready to meet them outside to discuss. Two of our SOMA members decided no, they will go because they have some people there. They have people in Kenya, and therefore they will not be able to say no to Kenyan mediation. It will not be okay, which we accept that. Now, I think based on that reasoning, then it will not be also possible for some of this group also to say no to any agreement which, if it is reached, assuming the agreement is not in their favor. I think it will not be also logical for them to say no, because if you have accepted to go, and you said, of course, because of the people there, you cannot be able to annoy the Kenyans, you have to go. Now, I think it will not be possible now again to say no, because we are still there. And I think this will be even more annoying. So that's why I'm saying the likely scenario is only one, which is, of course, acceptance, voluntary acceptance to go to Juba and participate in the election, whether in a free and fair environment or through intimidation, because this is a situation that you find yourself in. And then there are groups that actually wants to go to Juba. Already they have made up their mind. They want to go to Juba. But what was lacking was the platform of taking you to Juba. It's such that at least when you go to Juba, you are received in the airport, and probably also you can be able to get some accommodation within the RCS, which has been failing there for 4 years. So Lee, the likely scenario is just one way, which is the Juba way. Thank you.
And let me just, that last bit he said that there are those who actually wanted to go to Juba, but they were looking for what I would term it as a legitimate way of going to Juba, so that nobody blames them that they have decided to go to Juba on their own, or they have called on Juba to take them in. So, yeah, but sure, they will be the same.
If I can qualify that,
Yeah,
the group that we dismissed,
mm.
they have been in contact with national security for almost a year. Now, what is halting you not to go to Juba? What makes you to have talks in Nairobi and you go to Juba while you're already talking to these people? While even some of the groups that you have been together are already in Juba. You see that? So that's why I'm just saying that some of these people, they are actually, it is only their physical bodies which is in Nairobi, but their hearts are already in Juba. You understand?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it is a physical body which is the physical body is in Nairobi, but their hearts are already in Juba. Actually, when they dream, they are actually in the Quran, they are taking tea somewhere, and they are warm. They can't dream that they are. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's good. All right, let's continue on and then try to give the people of South Sudan more information about what is happening here. So we all know that having peace and stable political situation in South Sudan is overarching objective and a wish of everyone. Supposing you are to strike a deal to have a credible peace process, given these two initiatives, that is Rome and Kenya, what will be NAS residual minimum on what to accept between the two initiatives to save the negotiation from collapsing?
This is a very good question. Actually, and this brings the reason for the pre-mediation talks that we had with them 13 and 14, where we said we are not against Kenyan mediation. We are not against Kerr appointing Ruto as a mediator. What we are against is the shifting of the talks from Rome to Kenya in an environment that we strongly believe cannot allow us to express our views freely without any intimidation, without any fear. That is one. Number two, we are saying we are not comfortable with the talks that cannot provide an opportunity or a room for us to discuss the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan through a roundtable conference. Now, if President Kiir strongly believes that Kenya will represent his interest well in the mediation, that's why we said, okay, let there be a co-mediation between Kenya and Senti-Gitu. And when we talk of co-mediation, when it comes to the decision, you take a joint decision. Not one takes the decision. You take a joint decision. You see that? Just like a board of shareholders in a company with equal powers. Nobody comes from nowhere and decide, and his decision has to be accepted by the rest. No. The rest has also to have a say. And that's what the concept of co-mediation that we're talking about. That's one. And this mediation shall be in Rome. Because from onset, we completely rule out the issue of Kenya. And we have a reason for that. Kenya, all of you know, has actually the Juba security is actually roaming and freely intimidating and causing a lot of havoc in Kenya. And we have evidence for that. For instance, you all know that on November 3rd, 2016, James Gadet Dak, the spokesperson of Red Machar, was abducted from Nairobi and taken to South Sudan. He was humiliated in national security and was later freed after intensive international pressure. You all know this. You also know that there is one called Dong Samuel Luke, was also abducted from Nairobi, I think in January 23rd, 2017, taken to South Sudan and brutally killed. There was also Mr. Agri Isbon Idri, also abducted the following day, that was on 27 January 2017, taken to South Sudan, equally killed. Then on December 21st, 2017, then there was an opposition governor, somebody called Marco Lokido, was abducted from refugee camp in northern Kenya, taken to Juba. And then of the late was this a guy called Morris Mabur, also abducted from his house in Nairobi on February 4th, 2023. And his fate remains unknown until now. This is a clear history that everybody knows about the activities of national security in Kenya. And we say these talks, we accept co-mediation, but it should be a law. Because even psychologically, you cannot be able to really operate, discuss, critique, deny, reject anything in an environment that you know somebody somewhere, if you go out, can cause problem. If co-mediation is accepted with equal power in decision making, managing the processes, and it is in Rome, and the agenda that we're pushing for to address the root causes of the problem, and opening the space, the political space, political participation through roundtable conference, involving our people in determining the peace, determining the country that they desire in a multilateral approach, put into practice through a roundtable conference, not in a bilateral arrangement. I think that is a minimum that we can accept to go forward. But under these circumstances, of bilateral arrangement, elite negotiation to salvage and help a dying regime who has failed to implement an agreement for 4 years. And we were mobilized as opposition to give a push to this person to survive. And if he's to survive and say, thank you people for helping me, but this is a person who, when you give him a lifeline, he will still come back and give you some komoro. That is his nature. Why do you want to help a such person? Why should the people of South Sudan be standing behind these people? Why should people really be crying, shouting, SPLA under these circumstances? I was following the situation in Juba these days. Dollars has clocked 300. Water, a barrel is 2,000, 3,000. Ask yourself, how are the people surviving there? Yet the government is entering into agreements, 13 billion for 20 years. And this 13 billion, ask yourself, what roads are they designed for? This money designed for what? Construction of what road? Those 13 million, how far is it allocated for education? How far has it allocated for health? How far has it allocated for the security of the country? And informed citizens of South Sudan who has a stake in that country is supposed to ask these questions, but not SPLA. These are the questions they're supposed to ask. Because at the end of the day, this money that has been borrowed and eaten by a few elites, the people of South Sudan, whether you like it or you don't like it, you have to pay. Your children will pay through hard work. Through their hard work, through taxes will be taken to pay that. So that is the connection. So here, to summarize, we only accept an agreement that will guarantee participation of the people of South Sudan in defining their destiny in a roundtable conference, addressing the root causes of the problem in South Sudan. And if they insist that this Rome initiative, rather this Kenyan initiative is necessary for them, then they have to co-share with Santigido, and this thing will have to take place in Rome. Because if what is it? We can equally even also identify for us a mediator. Now, if assuming we identify a mediator, and we'll still accept the mediator that we can appoint. It's a simple logic. If we appoint our own, we say there we have our own mediator, and you come, let's talk here. Somebody will say, yes, he has a right to say it as a government. And therefore, he has a right to move the discussion from wherever he wants as a government. Is it a convention? Where is it written? Is it part of his constitutional powers as a president that he has to decide and change it? We agree, as well as him, if he thinks it's an agreement. And therefore, you cannot, if it is a court, even in the court, a judge that you feel cannot speak, or you have a conflict of interest with that person because previously you have a problem with that particular judge, even in the court, you have a right as a defendant or whatever. You can be able to say that judge, when he sits there, you have a problem with him, and that person will not be able advocate on your favor. And therefore, that person will be asked to recuse himself from sitting there, and somebody neutral has to go around there. This is applicable in the court. What about in the mediation, where parties go there voluntarily? It's not a must in a mediation. It's a voluntary. Even in arbitration, people go there voluntarily and accept the decision of the arbitration, because you have a trust in the arbiter. You see that? One of the conditions or principle for people to agree on the mediator or the arbiter is a confidence having on that person. But if there is no confidence, then you are free to walk away and nobody will ask you. But now a mediator is insisting on his own that he wants to go. Even if somebody rejects him, then immediately know that there is a underlying dealings or factors that need to be implemented. So here, those factors that I've mentioned are really some of the minimum or residual minimum that we can accept if we are to save peace talks to go forward. And they're in line with the negotiation while we're in Rome by then. Those are the issues that we are presenting, and we believe when we agree on those, we can be able to save the country from collapsing. Thank you.
Indeed, compatriot Suba, and in a layman, let me put this, summarize that last residual minimum to the people of South Sudan. I summarize it in the 3 R's, or the triple R, which is Rome as the venue to be co-chaired. If the mediator wants, they have to co-chair, and the venue has to be Rome. The root causes needs to be addressed, and round table as the political the political space and the venue where all South Sudanese or the stakeholders have to come and discuss all of this. So the 3 R's, that is in a layman way of me putting it. And before I allow you really to have a bit of a break, to have a glass of water or stretch a bit, because we've been sitting down talking for a while now. Let me put this question so you answer it, and then you can stretch a bit. Now that it is clear that you have declined Kenyan Peace Initiative, I know you've spoke about this early on when you started. Don't you think you are allowing NAS to be described by some actors as anti-peace in South Sudan? I know this has happened in the after we rejected, NAS and its partner rejected the 2018 R-Axis. But in this round, don't you think this is also opening up NAS to this name callings and all of so forth? Thank you.
Yeah, it is obvious. Actually, they have already started. They have already started this kind of description, especially the regime media. The regime media in Juba and social media in other places, individuals, bloggers, and the like. They started describing us on that analogy. And that's of course, you don't wish well, you don't expect good wishes or roses, flowers from your enemy. Your enemy will always be your enemy. Whatever good you do, they will always pain you with something. So those descriptions are going to come. But one point that I want to underline here, the regime in Juba and their supporters, they have been suffering under illusion that the people of South Sudan are very stupid, and the people of South Sudan can be deceived, and you can do anything, and they can just believe in it. That is not true. The people of South Sudan are not stupid, but the people of South Sudan have actually suffered, and they have many issues that they do, particularly people in Juba. That's why people are asking. They are even condemning the people that why are people not taking action against the government in Juba? The people are naive and the like. But you remember, this is a community that has actually not experienced any peace. The little time that they have experienced peace after voting successfully for independence of South, and now they believe that now they, having brought the government of their own, they are going to have at least all that peaceful stability and freedom in their own country, in the country that they brought with their own blood, with their own sweat, with their own efforts. The government in Juba, the SPLM government, instead turned out to be something else, worse than the successive oppressors that has come and defeated and gone. So this oppression, this dictatorship by the Southerners themselves, by the group of Southerners themselves, actually shocked the people of South Sudan. So people of South Sudan were traumatized. They don't believe that this is what the SPLM that they have been supporting all along turned out to be like this. You see that? So this assertion by this element of describing some of us as anti-peace and the like, it is not appealing. It is not appealing to these people. Because if we go by anti-peace, a real definition in terms of actions and behaviors, it is the government in Juba which is anti-peace. There was an agreement, ASIS, in 2015. They destroyed that agreement. They forged a war in year one. They call it coup. Is it logical? Is it really logical for somebody to come with his few bodyguards to J1 and you attack the president, even if you succeed to kill the president? What about the surrounding headquarters of the army? What do you think the surrounding headquarters will do for your few bodyguards if you go and assassinate or take over J1? So if you think militarily, some of the people, even outsiders, may not even calculate and know that there's no coup there or whatever. It is just a trap which was set for you to come in and they do away with you. That is the thing. Two, this ARSIS 2018. What happened since 2018 up to today? Actually, there was nothing implemented. Nothing implemented. Even these graduations, this training and graduation that we are talking about, there was nothing there. In text, it is talking something different. But in the implementation of it, they are implementing something different. So is this what implementation entails? So these are tricks by regime to actually deny competition which is likely to come out if the agreement is implemented in the latter in a spirit. If, for instance, IO believes that they have a support in South Sudan, and the agreement is implemented in latter in a spirit, which is at the end of the day end up in the free and fair elections, and the SPLM-IO believe they have a support and they win, meaning the agreement will lead to the downfall of the SPLM and downfall of Salva Kiir. So with this thing in fear, in their mind, the agreement need to be sabotaged, such that this group of new political elites wants to come and take over will not have an opportunity. Now ask yourself, who is anti-peace? Because the agreement is supposed to, at the end of the day, to bring total peace to the country. But then we have a person here who is working day and night to support the agreement by what we call cherry picking of the articles of the agreement, that implementing some article that does not have any impact in taking away its legitimacy in the power. That will be the one to be implemented. But those things that are essential to make sure that there is a transformation and total change that will guarantee peace for the whole country are supported. Now ask yourself, who is anti-peace in this process here? Then we also have somebody who actually wanted a true peace to be negotiated. Through peace by, first of all, identifying what are the real issues of the country, the real issues that affects the country, to be identified and resolved. There's one group that looks for that, and that's where we come from. First of all, we also wanted a mediator. We wanted a peace framework or other initiative that will allow transparency, accountability, that will allow equal platform for all the participants to discuss freely without any intimidation. Having in mind the experiences in Khartoum, somebody is simply asking for this. How can this person be anti-peace? So you find that a genuine person, unless you are an individual who your mind is upside down, your mind is not put right, your mind is upside down, because biology tells us that those who knows biology, that in the part of the brain where the reasoning is, the subconsciousness is actually down. It is actually down. It is down. It's not up. It's actually down. So if by any mistake your brain is put upside down, and that subconsciousness is now up in your mind, then I think your reasoning will not be okay. You will have some problem. So I think some of these individuals who describe us, who want to associate us with this phrase anti-peace, because we have a position, because we have a firm belief that this is how peace is supposed to be derived. You cannot call me anti-peace. Give me an opportunity, give me a platform, and we can be able to negotiate. When there is a political will, definitely we can compare and see whether peace cannot be implemented or not. And even regarding this particular piece, Soma, in their communication, because I have an opportunity to see some of the letters that they have been writing, they have not even closed the door. They have not rejected any negotiation, but they are saying since 2020, they are in Rome, they are negotiating on the Rome Initiative, they have signed Rome Declaration and other subsequent documents. They are there. They are waiting for government of Juba to go and discuss with them. That means that initiative is open up to now. What we differed with Juba was on the agenda. So this issue of anti-peace, to me, this time is not holding. It is only holding to the regime supporters, to those who benefit from the government of Kir, those who benefit from this chaos that the government has created. Yeah, because definitely, if we are a partner, if we are co-sharer in criminal activities, in illegality, definitely we will not be able to talk about the partners of the system that you believe in. You will always, whatever good the other person is talking about, you will have to pay it black. So, Lee, this description, anti-peace, I think this time around, it is not holding. Thank you.
Thank you so much for making that clear to the people of South Sudan and to all friends of South Sudan as well. With that, I would, like I promised you just before I ask you that last question from me, we'll give you a bit of a break. Compatriot Teresa, I'll yield the mic back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, compatriot Molana Daniel Lee. You really did a wonderful job for the first part of the questions to our spokesperson, Mr. Suba. And I want to appreciate him also for taking his time to come and to elaborate in this inclusive interview. Really, it's quite important for the people of South Sudan to know all these kind of lingering questions and also information that some of them might not really get it or know why things are going in that way. I will give you like maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, Mr. Suba, to take some water. Meanwhile, we'll play the one song from Mido, and then also the voice of chairman here. So it's just like a quick break. عشان كل تاخد راح شوية. Yeah.
وانتوا ما في زول بيكون قاعد قالوا هو ما في فوق في كلام بتاعنا في داخل الجنوب حاجه ثانيه جا حاصل لزول ثاني هناك قال ده انا ما في فوق تاغاينو اساكر تسالفا كي قتلوا ناس قال انا ما في فوق كينيا كم نسوان قال انا ما في فوق يسدي مقبله قال انا ما في فوق انا ده نقول لكم انه ما في شعب جناجا الا ده شعب الجوجي ما بعده شعب الجي كلم قال انا ما في فوقه ودي براو ده شعب بنتي لانه الحكومه الظالم ده الجيش بتاعه كانت هم دير وقف ما بعدون وفي زولتان جي كلم قال انا ما في فوقه ده هم بكاتوليتا هم جروب ما جروب بكره ده بكاتوليتا بكره برو لاكو بتاعك بعد بكره لاكو بتاعك ثاني ولا لاخذ بتاعك ثاني عشان كده تكون لازم تكونوا موجودين مع بعض لازم تكونوا مع بعض لازم تكونوا متماسكين اي زول اللي جي كلم قال هو زول محايد ده ذاته يجي يكون سالفه كتير كتير في داخل النظام في داخل البلد يا زول جيسيبو سالفه كتير جيستام البلد كده من البلد ده جيسيبو سالفه كتير بيكون عنده طول زمن طويل جدا في السلطه وبيدمر البلد نو ناس اللي جي كلم قال انا محايد ده او ناس اللي جي يجرون ورا فانتوا شجعوا نفسكم كان انتم اللي جوزول ده نجي كلم قال هو محايد كلم قال شغل محايد بتاعك ده يجي يكون تاب ده نجي زيدو وريت اقول وزير ما في حاجه انتم محايد في حاجه في حاجه بطال في شيطان في داخل البلد وفي حاجه الكويس في البلد انت لازم بيختار بين حاجه البطال ده وحاجه الكويس ما في حاجه في نص بلد انتهى وماشي يفرتك انت لسه كمان لسه دير كلمه قال انت في نص ما في حاجه زي ده نو ناس اللي كلمه قال مونجي وقف في نص ده ناس يجي يقول راس جنبي تباني لك يوم الليل شكل محايد ده سو انتوا اجيفوا مع بعض شيلوا ديسيجن عارفين انه في الزمن الصعب ده وخاصه الناس اللي داخل البلد في خوف حتى الناس اللي قاعدين برا في خوف في تهديدات من اجهزه بتامني بتسالفكر لكن انت شيلوا شجاعه ربطوا قلبك وشيلوا ديسيجن عشان انت تجيب ما بلد بتاعك ونضال بتاع الشعب بتاعك.
Yeah, that was words from our leadership, General Thomas Shirley. And let me just play this 1 minute and 10 second song.
Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression, to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always NAS, Goa, people, power.
Yeah, let's go back, my compatriots, and let's welcome all of you again. Let me take it from here. After my compatriot Maulana Lee read out some of the questions, I want to ask Mr. Subah, and I hope you're available. The question here, after you explain so many aspects of mediation and the regime tactics and playing game with the people of South Sudan, are there some actors in the region and internationally, or some eminent personalities from inside or outside the country who are making some effort to reach out to NAS with hope of convincing you to accept the Kenyan initiative? Mr. Suba, you're welcome.
Thank you, compatriot Teresa, for this question. Yeah, there are many people who are talking to us in different parts of the world, but most of them trying to know our position on this ongoing peace talks in Nairobi. They wanted to why we declined, and basically to explain to them what they don't know, so that they understand about the whole process. So yes, we have been talking to these people outside, and there are also people from inside who are reaching out to us, and we explain to them. And the good thing with the people inside, there are those who know more about the government plans, their strategy, and they also help us on what is exactly in the table behind the whole process, and based on that, it's able to help us on the decisions that we take. Yes, in the region, there are those who wanted to find out about our position, and we explained to them, and the international community of members also. We explained to them a similar situation to 2019 when we declined to sign revitalized agreement of resolution of conflict in South Sudan. Many people also reached to us, including Sentigidio, that later on took the banner or the mantle of the mediation into their shoulders and responsibility until today. So we are engaged with many people on this particular front. But the question of convincing someone to accept the agreement, it is a matter of principles. It's a matter of principles of each and every organization. Because I believe each and every organization has objectives, has vision and program. And your program must resonate with how the peace that is structured, whether it is going to reinforce your objectives or not. And based on that, you can be able to take a decision on that. So we as NAS, we strongly believe this agreement, this mediation, Kenyan mediation, is not helpful for vision, mission, and objectives. And that's why we decline, including the other two partners that we have. So while we are engaging with other people or eminent personalities, members of the arts community in the region, it is limited to our decision that we took why we are not participating, what are the fears, and also on the question of what will be the way forward, whether there is room still for negotiation. Those are the issues. But on the question of somebody convincing on the whole of an organization with a membership, with vision, mission to join an initiative, I think that one is out of question, and that's the situation that we are now. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's good to learn that some people are also calling to give their view of how things are also run in Juba. Yeah, thank you very much. The other question is, as for now, there shall be no direct negotiation between NAS and the government of Kir, since there is no formal initiative that bring you together for discussion. What else shall NAS be doing to bring peace to South Sudan? Thank you.
The struggle continues. this is a very simple question. Struggle continues. You remember NAS was formed in 6 March 2017. After today, we have not given up, and the struggle is continuing. I think I've ever told some people that there is no time frame for revolution. You cannot say, I'm forming a revolution, and this revolution will take 5 years or 6 years. No, revolution does not end. Revolution ends with the successful implementation of your vision and program. But usually, program keeps on transforming and changing itself. And that's why our colleagues in Juba failed miserably to manage the SPLM as a revolution, because in every revolution there are stages. There are stages, for instance, where you are struggling and you prioritize the armed struggle, and if you change to now governance, for instance, then the revolutionary strategies changes to governance. So you now have to deploy your revolutionary skills in governance. And if it depends the building of the economy, then your revolutionary strategies will now depend on your revolutionary economic plans that you have to strengthen the country. So for us, we are still struggling, and I've said we have strategies as National Salvation Front of how to bring peace in South Sudan. We have political strategy, we have diplomatic strategy, we have alliances, building of alliances as a strategy. And apart from that, we have a strategy to have peace negotiation is also another strategy. And then we also have a military strategy. And that's why we have boots in the ground. So all these strategies that we have activities, have activities.
Are you getting me?
Yeah, we are getting you. Yes. Continue.
Yeah, all these strategies that I've talked about, they have specific objectives that need to be achieved in short term, in medium term, and in long term. And that's why we have structures, and we have offices, and we have personnel that implement these short-term plans, these mid-term plans, these long-term plans. That's why there are those who work full-time, there are those who work part-time to ensure that our vision of National Salvation Front is achieved, to ensure that our missions, our objectives are all implemented. Now that there is no direct discussions with the government of Juba in any initiative, that does not stop us from pursuing our other objectives and strategies, rather programs that are enshrined in our core strategies that we've been doing. That's why I was telling Lee earlier on that today we have been held up in a 5-hour meeting, and that meeting is all about our programs. It's all about administrative issues, our political issues, on how we address some of our own other issues. So, peace negotiation with Juba is not the only activity that makes us busy. You remember when we are in St. Egidio, we only meet, for instance, for 1 week, and we disperse. So what have we been doing apart from when we rejoin, go back to Rome, for instance, for talks? We have not been meeting since 2023, March, until today with Juba. So what have we been doing? We have our own thing that we are pursuing, and Juba is also having their own thing that is pursuing. So, Sister Teresa, in the absence of this direct negotiation, we have a hell of issues that we need to implement, that we need to take care of. And actually, with this, it has been giving us a lot of time to concentrate on building National Salvation Front, because having a strong organization at times like this is important, because the government is very powerful. The government has an army, though it is tribal. It has money which is looted from the public fund, for public resources. They have that. They have also friends. They have friends in the region and internationally who can help them diplomatically to win their diplomatic wars. So you cannot face this government when you are not properly structured, when you don't have a well-articulate message to capture the hearts and minds of the people in South Sudan. Now that the government sometimes uses its military, its security agents to attack our position, then you must also prepare to defend your position. You see that? So these are huge revolutionary tasks that we have, and from now onward, we are going to pay a lot of attention to some of these things to push us forward. And as I put it also in the beginning, the room for negotiation is open in summer. When the government become tired of these alliances or these holy and holy alliances that it's trying to build through the outcome of this peace that they are discussing, and the honeymoon. The honeymoon is over, and they feel that the problem is not resolved in the country, and they want us to sit down. They will find us in Rome, and we shall discuss and discuss. We are ready for that. So, in a nutshell, I'm saying we are not short of activities. We have a lot of things, so we are busy. We'll be doing other things that will help in building National Salvation Front. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Mr. Suba. Yeah, thank you, and I like that. The struggle continue. I have another question here. There are political rhetoric originating from some quarters arguing that NAS is very insignificant, that your absence in Nairobi peace talk, it doesn't cost anything. How do you react to this assertion, Mr. Suba?
Actually, the first time this word, this rhetoric, this description, praise, associating us with insignificant, was first brought up by the government spokesperson, Michael Makui, in Khartoum, after we rejected to sign RCs. And he said NAS is very, very insignificant. It will not obstruct the implementation of the RCs. Now, this assertion or this praise has been proven wrongly, unfortunately, to the contrary. The government immediately, we remember from 2019, it didn't take long. 2020, as I stated earlier, they accepted to negotiate with us because they realized our absence does not make their peace complete. And they decided to come back and they started negotiating. So they swallowed their own pride of, first of all, describing us very insignificant. And for 4 years, we have proved to them that we are significant. And I strongly believe that it is not about might. It is not about might. It is not about numbers. It is not about the armaments, the types of guns that we have that makes you significant in the political situations in the country. What is important is do you have a message? Do you have a message that can convince people or not? Do you have that? And we in NAS, apart from other things that we consider as asset, one of the most important things that we have is a message. We have a political message. We have a narrative. And this narrative that we have is what Salva Kiir and his regime in Juba could not stand with us in a table and discuss the problem of Sudan, of South Sudan. Because we will tell them, we will organize issues, we will bring issues, they will not defend it. Because when we tell you, if we tell them that you are responsible for the whole problem that we have in the country and we give them all evidence, they will not don't have any message to rebut an argument because we are speaking reality. So we have an asset. We have message as an asset. And not only that message, we have also structured our message in such a way that it provides solution, way forward. And this is what we have been presenting to them, and they are denying it. And they are not able to present one issue or one solution for addressing the root causes of the problem we have in the country. For instance, all this time, nobody is attacking or fighting Juba, for instance. But then the question is, if we are a government with all the machinery that you have of a government, why don't you change the lives of the people in the country? Why don't you do it? So that's what makes the difference. And I want to challenge the supporters of the government here, that you are supporting this regime in Juba. Don't only support that Salva Kiir is good, he is the only person who can unify this country. Tell us, why is he not able to unify the people? You can cite an example of how the country is getting apart in different parts, including where he comes from. Why can't he use the unifying factor, him being a unifying symbol, to reflect sanity and peace and tranquility in the whole of South Sudan, what is going on? So these are realities that we have in that country. And that's why we are always saying that it is not about might, it is not about numbers, it is not about the money that you have, it is not about the armaments, the types and the like, that makes you significant. But the message that you have, commitment that you have, resilience that you have, and your ability to continue giving hope to the people, that defines how significant you are. We have always been trying as National Salvation Front to send our messages clear to our people. We have been telling the people of South Sudan and even the government in Juba and in the international community that we have solution that we need to share with the Juba government to accept, that can bring lasting solution. Not only NAS, but we ask with the other partners, organizations that we are in together. They have other solutions. But as a like-minded group, we condense our vision together, now bringing those solutions jointly. And we believe those are the solutions that can address the problem in the country. We also, from time to time, interact with the people and give hope to the people that don't lose hope. This government will come to an end. We have seen regimes that are worse than the government of Salva Kiir, that have tortured people for so many years. Some of this regime has amassed a lot of resources, amassed army, military might. For you, you may think this government, such governments will not come to an end. But at the end of the day, they left. Example is al-Bashir, who may think Bashir will just all of a sudden will be overthrown. Nobody believes that. With the kind of organization, with the kind of structures that National Congress Party built, solidified itself for all this time. But when the dynamics of governance, the balls that unite the country get loose, there is no way you can put it together. Whatever you do, this experience will happen in South Sudan. And indicators are clear. It will happen in South Sudan. Time will come. This regime, whether they like it, the army will not support them. The money will not support them. Lying will not support them. even regional or international support will not support them. People will demand their right and take over whatever belongs to them. That aspect is there. So those who are dreaming that were insignificant, and therefore, whether there is a peace talks and whatsoever like that can go ahead without anything, we said there's no problem. Continue with the peace talks, but let the peace talks be reflected in terms of bringing justice to the people in South Sudan. Let the peace talk be reflected in transforming the lives of the people in South Sudan. Let the peace talk be reflected in terms of stopping killing and arm on unknown gunmen in Juba and other towns. Let it be reflected in terms of stopping corruption, massive corruption, and stopping tribalism. If peace can bring that, particularly this peace which is going on in Nairobi, if it can really do that, then this is where you can say those opposition who are not part of this agreement, of this process, are really insignificant. And even some of us, if the agreement is really implementable, if indeed things are getting fine, if indeed people are not longer killed, if indeed there are no land grabbing, land occupation, if indeed justice is now there is rule of law, actually it will make sure for peace for the rest of the people who are outside to now feel that what is the justification of the struggle? And just go in, and if anything, we also continue as a political organization and participate in the governance of the country. But if this is not reflected in all these things that I'm talking about, that characterizes the nature of the country currently, then the question of who is significant and who is insignificant is immaterial for this matter. So, Teresa, it is time is a good healer. It is just a matter of time. We give them time to do whatever they want they are doing now, and then we can come to a conclusion as to who is significant and who is insignificant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Suba, for answering that question. Indeed, they started from that time during the peace talk also in Khartoum. And I remember those of Martin Elia joined hand in using the same rhetoric. Yeah, let's go on with another question, and I hope you will also answer this question because some people might also have in mind. Yeah, from NAS perspective, could you explain what would be the future of SOMA now that the alliance seems to be trailing different political routes as far as peace process in South Sudan is concerned? Mr. Suba.
Okay, thank you. This is also a very good question. I think the future of SOMA is under stake. You remember two members from the alliance in Nairobi, and they are participating in the peace talks, Nairobi peace talks, and definitely the purpose for any peace agreement is to have peace, and the theater for the implementation of peace is not in Nairobi, or is not outside the country. The theater for implementation of the peace for the people of South Sudan is in South Sudan. If this peace process ended up in signing an agreement, that implies that these two colleagues that were part of SOMA will now have to go to Juba as part of the RCs, if they succeed, and that definitely now means through the peace agreement they have already gone to Juba. Just like you remember SAWA, we used to be an alliance in SAWA, and some of our members in SAWA accepted the agreement. They went, and literally based on the agreement, we are separated. And those of us who are left behind, we regrouped ourselves. And first of all, it came out as the NDA, National Democratic Alliance. And we expanded as a National Democratic Alliance of I think four organizations, and then later on we accepted the other two, Real SPLM and South Sudan movement, the one of Malong to join, and now expanded to SOMA. Now that they are in talks, we don't know how the talks will end. They found themselves to Juba, then definitely by design, the alliance will remain free. Regardless of, also, I don't know what will come out after that. It will be the prerogative now of the SOMA leadership to see on what will be the likely trajectory that they will take on this particular issue. And I'm not the spokesperson of SOMA that can speak on the likely scenarios that are there. But this, I guess the last scenario is obvious, because if indeed they went to Juba, that would make it Anderson, obviously. But the other scenarios that are there based on the SOMA, by the way, SOMA has a charter. And then based on the SOMA charter, how it is, how to handle this, that I will not be able to touch it, but the charter will answer that, because it's a legal document that explains the rights and duties of obligation of each member in the charter. That I leave to the charter to explain, which is the legal document, because the decision will be spoken through the provisions that are provided for in the charter on what will be the future of SOMA after this kind of different political routes that were taken by some members within. That is it. But what is important here, it is not actually what will be SOMA position, but what is important is what belief that SOMA has in shaping or in bringing or in contributing in stabilizing or in bringing total peace to South Sudan. That is the fundamental question that people should ask, and for us, particularly the three groups, we stood firm. We said while the government in Juba is intransigent, This word seems to be confusing. Sometimes people don't understand. But if I want to literally bring it to a strict understanding, Juba regime having monkey tricks. If somebody is behaving like a monkey, jumping from one branch to another, disturbing people's properties here and there, grabbing bananas from this plantation to this plate to that, this is the typical behavior of a system which is intransigent. Dealing with such a regime, you must not provide a platform for such a system to continue manipulating you. You see that? You don't provide that platform. And we have been careful with dealing with Juba because the fact that we are calling ourselves revolutionaries and we want change, it calls for responsibility. It calls for perseverance. It is not an easy thing altogether that you can, a simple move, you can shift your pole from one position to another. And you forget your principles, you pursuing what has been given there. No, that is not a real person or organization that is looking for legitimate change and total transformation in the country. So whatever outcome that will come out as a result of this development, I think Soma will still continue in pursuit of justifiable and credible peace in South Sudan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Suba. We're almost there. Yeah. It's quite interesting always with the alliance. You see things always happen. Some will join with the purpose of their own personal interests. Others will just remain as opportunists. The real people will always stick with the agenda of really helping the people. And I salute you and the NAS and plus the other two group there, National Democratic, how do you say, NDM, Patriotic Front, and also the SSMC or something like under the leadership of Alex. Yeah, thank you for answering that question. What is the fate of the idea of the Roundtable Conference and National Consensus Forum, NCF, Mr. Suba?
Okay, thank you. I think based on my explanation that I provided earlier, after we have realized the intransigent nature of Juba in shifting poles in negotiation. You know, Juba, if I can give a brief background on how Juba is playing around with negotiation. One, they usually come to negotiation without a program, without clear agenda. They usually want people to develop the agenda, and they discussed around that agenda. Why are they doing that? They are doing that because if they come out with an agenda, they don't want to be trapped. Because at the end of the day, somebody will say, you cannot move out from this because you are the one who introduced it. That's their strategy. That is strategy. They actually borrowed it from National Congress Party. That was what Congress Party used to do to the SPLM coming to the agenda, to the talks without an agenda, because they don't want to be tied down with the agenda. What tied the National Congress Party down was when the idea of the DOP Declaration of Principles brought out, which later on led to the signing of the Machakos Protocol. This is how CPA was successful, because they are tied down with a program that was completely signed and they will not go out of that. Juba is avoiding these kind of things. That's why when we introduced the idea of discussion of DOP, Declaration of Principles in Rome, we discuss it halfway. Now when things become very tough, particularly when we are now discussing about the definition of the conflict, why are people fighting? Or what characterizes the conflict in South Sudan? Because if you don't define that conflict, you will not be able to provide a solution. You see that? You will not be able to define. Juba is saying the conflict is a political conflict. We said no, the conflict is not political. The conflict is actually tribal. This is how we look at it. The conflict is tribal. And then we told them, 2013, when the fighting started in Juba, what politics was there? What ideologies are there floating around? No ideology. The issue was Nuer versus Denka. These are realities. And that's why when fightings broke out, people went door to door killing Nuer. Killing Nuer. That was a true thing that people must talk about it, not meandering around. So if you don't define the war, the conflict itself, then you cannot be able to provide a solution. Because you will provide a solution, political solution, to a tribal causes of the war. So you have actually misfired. It is like giving malarial drug to somebody who is suffering from diarrhea. You see that? It doesn't work that way. That's why we say the conflict must be properly defined to provide the solution. So we differ with them. That's why the DOP or the Declaration of Principles did not go, and we differed, and it ended there. Now, after that, they went to Juba, because that time already the legitimacy of the agreement was running short. And the idea was that we will conclude talks with them so that we can be able to address the issue of the legitimacy. But now, after realizing that they will not go through the DOP and they are running short of legitimacy in the country, they walked out. That's why, if you can remember, when they assassinated sisters in Bungli Road, Salva Kiir walked out of the talks. That walking out of the talks was actually avoiding to discuss the Declaration of Principles. Let me connect the pieces together that the people of South Sudan will understand. That plan was actually to move out so that they avoid the discussion of Declaration of Principles. Now, they were out for long trying to address the question of legitimacy. They succeeded by extending their legitimacy for 2 years. Now, after they have succeeded that, now the road to St. Egidio that we will now go back. Let us go back for the discussion. So you don't go there back and you find the people you left there are not also thinking. We also think. So he said, okay, now if these people are now talking of only maintaining themselves in power as a priority, and now they come back and discuss with us just to buy time and just to maintain themselves in power, then I think it is not even worth for us to directly discuss with these people about what we think are the solution to the problem in South Sudan. The question is, who owns this country, first of all, South Sudan? It is the people of South Sudan. So if the people are the one owning the country, then why don't we provide a framework that actually brings a lot of stakeholders. You see, brings a lot of stakeholders to participate in defining the destiny of the country. So the only framework that can be available, that can provide that platform, is only to have a roundtable conference. A roundtable conference is a political tool, mechanism that has been used in different countries, and it has led to the solution. By the way, most of our independent countries, they successfully attained independence in a conferences that were organized by colonial government, and people discussed and agreed on the transition, and the transition implemented, and at the end of the day, they went for other elections, and those who won now become legitimate. And this tool has been used especially in Africa. There are many countries that are outside that use this tool and succeeded. You see that? Even when people are talking about development of a constitution, permanent constitutions, some state has used this formula of conference that discuss about this and leads to a permanent constitution that has a broad consensus and broad legitimacy of all the people in the country. So the question is only identifying the constituencies, who will come and be attending the conference, two, the body that will manage this conference, that will provide legitimacy and flexibility for the participants to air their concerns, and then the implementation of the resolutions. Once these things are there, we can be able to have such roundtable conference. And already we have these consistencies. There are many options that we can go into. We can either go through the consistencies that we have, like our governance consistencies. By the way, we have 3 regions. We can either talk conferences of 3 regions. We can either have conferences of the states. We can either have conferences of counties. There are many ways that we can take to get representation of the people that can be able to garner legitimacy. Or we can go for organized groups that are legitimate. We have churches, we have chiefs, we have other stakeholders, civil societies that are legitimate. We have farmer groups and the like that represent people. All these can become part of this conference, and they can provide intellectuals. They are there. They can provide their own participation and ideas, and it can lead into successful conference outcome. And it is because of this, because you'll find that at the end of the day, it is not about NAS discussing with Juba. Then at the end of the day, when we agree, we go, we form the government, ministers from national salvation, ministers from government, you go there, you share power, you disagree, people also go back to fight, and the people are there suffering. But if you come together in a round table that bring broader representation of people from different areas, then you'll find that the transitional government that you are going to form, you will also agree. Maybe you will say, under the transitional government, we don't want politicians. Those politicians that we have, go to the parliament, go and discuss about bills, bring out laws, represent your constituencies, represent your political parties in the parliament. But the executive that puts down the laws that you create as a government, we need only maybe a linear government form of technocrats who will implement this takes us through the transitional period until election is done. Now those parties who wins the election takes over the government. Now peace is is there in the country. Also, you make sure that other factors are also considered, particularly the governance of the country. For us, in National Salvation Front, we believe in the federal system of government, where the government is actually shared between the center and the federal government, because our states are peculiar. Our problem, for instance, in Central Equatoria is different from problem of somebody from Jumla. So therefore, it is only the government in Central Equatoria who will address its own peculiar problem in Central Equatoria. And somebody in his own state has its own problem. So he has to ensure that he also solves its own problem. And that government must have constitution, that government must have a parliament, that government must have a legal arm, that government must have its own police, such that it implements its own program. You see that? And that's why today, under this decentralization system we have in Juba, some states are not able to perform simply because you don't have judiciary. Judiciary is centralized and tribalized, and they connive with criminals, and then they use their judicial power to oppress you from implementing your own program. What system is this? The police are not supportive because the police are centralized, and therefore they cannot implement a program that the state wants to be implemented. So they sabotage your own program, and therefore you cannot do anything. So this is not a system that will help our people to transform their lives. This is not a people where you can provide freedom and equality to the people. So you need to have a system that is free, a system that can allow people to actually govern themselves. You see that? So this is why we are saying it is only in a roundtable conference like this that such ideas we are talking about, we can explain them there. Let the people be the one to throw it out, but not Salva Kiir throwing it out. Well, you are throwing it out like who? Who are you? Let the people of South Sudan be the one throwing it out. Now you as an SPLM, you have a stake, you have a right. Bring also your own system that you want, and we discuss it there. Let the people agree. These are the things that we want. These are the things that we don't want. We throw it out, and then we agree. And then this, at the end of the day, we come out with a framework which actually emanates from the people. This is what we're talking about roundtable conference. And that document that comes out, and now need that transitional government that's going to implement that program, is now what we call a social contract. That's a contract that binds us in that country together. But today, ask ourselves, what is the social contract that binds the people of South Sudan together? What makes me, for instance, feel that the government in Juba, whatever they are doing, I have a right in it, I've accepted. I've accepted when, where, and at what time, at what framework. Somebody came from Bush with his agenda and imposed his agenda on me that I have to implement it. Is this how nations are built? Is this how unity is built? So this is how we are talking about this roundtable conference. And on that, we went ahead, we said, no, we cannot discuss this thing here alone as political organization, as National Salvation Front, as NDM, SSMC, Real Australian Band, and the like, without extending the concept to other groups, particularly civil societies. Let's share idea with them. And this is how the concept of National Consensus Forum now came out. Now, civil societies were brought in, church groups were brought, women, youth groups were brought in. Idea was floated to them about this, and they became receptive of that. And the process was still to continue. We build on it. It is actually the process of developing the concept of roundtable conference. When it catches the imagination, it catches the support of the whole people. This is where now it becomes viable and visible. That That is how it is. And we still believe that this idea is not there. I saw in one of the documents, one of the group in Nairobi, in their papers, they are floating this paper conference. I don't know, based on on what this Kenyan agreement, rather initiative, is intended. Because the intention is to facilitate the transfer of the opposition to Juba and to participate in the elections. That is the intention of that peace talks. And by the way, they put it clear in the objectives of the document that I talked about. It. I'm not talking this thing from my own perspective. I'm talking, quoting what has been put there as an objective of Nairobi peace initiative in the document they call mediation framework for South Sudan peace process. That objective was there. So now with that document, one of the parties presented a roundtable conference. I don't know if that idea will see the day or a light in that that initiative. So to conclude on this point, this roundtable conference is on top of our agenda now, even if we are not part of any peace process now, but it's on top of our agenda in many of our demands that we have. Roundtable conference is there on the agenda. 2, the desire to organize our civil society, the desire to collaborate with our civil society, the desire to send the roundtable conference to many constituencies, the stakeholders in different forms, whether civil society, whatever groups and the like, it is still in demand. And that's why when we talk about roundtable conference, it's one of our agenda, it is there, and National Consensus Forum, it is still there, and we will still continue to build our alliances such that the idea of roundtable conference become visible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Suba. It's really interesting listening to this, and we remain with 2 questions, and I just want to remind you a little bit what for some of people who might not understand what Mr. Suba is referring to, in case you don't. Even like you mentioned, that is written there. Even in the speech of General Lazarus, Lieutenant General Lazarus, during his speech, Lieutenant Lazarus Samboyo, or retired, the chief negotiator, he emphasized that the current peace negotiation in Nairobi, Kenya, do not aim to investigate the root causes of the conflict. Instead, the negotiation is aimed to complete the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan. He mentioned that, and I want to thank you, Mr. Soba. You are not making this from your mind. He also mentioned this in his speech, and this is something very serious. And I don't know those who actually participated in this talk, how do they feel? Like especially Pagan and Molongan, whoever is there. Yeah, thank you. Let's go to the next question. Yeah, you want to say something? Go on. Yeah.
Yeah. Before you go there, thank you for reminding me that the chief mediator was able to allude that in his opening statement. That is very clear. But you see what is important usually, there is what we call negotiation intelligence. Negotiation intelligence allows you to, when there is any initiative that has been proposed, you don't just jump in and appreciate. You have to first of all appreciate the fact that there is a platform created for negotiation, but you need to employ your intelligence capacities to study the whole initiative, how it started, how it's going to be run, and what will be the likely outcome. And then you, as an organization, how are you going to fit in this kind of initiative? Does it help you, or it doesn't? So then you from there, you then take a decision. Let me give an example. When Khartoum government was discussing with the armed group, the SPLM North, the different groups in Darfur, immediately after the fall of Bashir and Hamdok came to power, people regarded it as a popular government that emanated from the local people of South Sudan. So the need for peace become legitimate. Even Hamdok became the first person, a leader from Khartoum, who even visited Kauda, the headquarters of the Aziz al-Hilu in southern Blue Nile, in southern Kordofan. People were having a real hope. Then when it comes to peace, which was held in Juba, they call Juba Agreement, those of the Aziz, they came and they participated. But then, of course, SPLM, Abdulaziz has objectives, has principles. And one of their objectives is that Sudan must be a secular state. That is their principle. That for us to negotiate with the government in Khartoum, we must accept that Sudan must be governed on the basis of secular system, where religion is separated from the state. Because the people of Nuba, they know very well that the reason why they have been suffering under Sudan government, including us then, and now under this present Sudan, where we are not part of it, was the issue of the religion, where religion is used as a political factor. So they took it as their main political objective, that if we want us to be part of this country called Sudan, then Sudan must be governed under secular system. And there we can be able to fit in. Those who are Christian in Nuba, those who are animists, who does not belong to Christianity, who doesn't belong to Islam, will now have a space in the country which is secular. But if a country is still Islamic, as it is now, then the Christian will have no right. Then those who does not believe in Islam or Christianity or enemies will not have a right to that. That is their objective. And that's why when it was denied to them, they did not accept to go in. And they have been convinced by very many ways, but they use their intelligence, their security, their negotiation intelligence, and they realize that all these things that have been discussed are just diplomatic niceties in the mediation. But if people go to deep into reality in the implementation, it will not be implemented. And that's why they rejected it. And they said, just go, let us watch you. And then we see what will be the outcome. Now you have seen the outcome of that peace. What happened? The country went into chaos. And Abdulaziz, with the SPLM North, who was not part of this, was vindicated and became a star in it. And what is Abdulaziz at that time and the political forces that Sudan has? You see that? Now, it is not really might, it is nothing, but it is the conviction that you have and the belief that you only have that this is the way forward. If this thing is not addressed, nothing will happen. So these names, naming, whatever will happen, but at the end of the day, it is the situation in the ground that determines the whole thing. So to connect this thing, this issue of roundtable looks very small, looks irrelevant, looks as if it doesn't have any consequences. But whether people like it or not, if people of South Sudan did not come down and accept and agree and build what is called social contract, this country will divide. And I'm responsible for my settlement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Mr. Suba, for actually answering this question. And yeah, and because some people might think that this is a new agreement is gonna be signed, but thank God, even the Kenyan mediator said it clear to this. It's not, there is no any peace negotiation going on. It's just their aim is just to continue with the revitalized peace agreement. Okay, yeah, let's go on here. Then, Mr. Suba, you have really explained a lot, and I'm sure people who been here for let's say from the beginning of the interview, they might have really benefit a lot. And for those who will come later and join or listen, the question here again: what is the situation of NAS forces in the ground, as we sometimes hear of cases of defection or resignation? What can you tell the people of South Sudan here? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. As far as our forces in the ground are concerned, they are okay. Our forces in their defensive positions and locations, and they're doing their normal activities. And recently, some of you might have heard, we have new command structures. We have been operating by them in sectors now. We have shifted to zones. We have zones now, and with all their command, and they are maintaining their positions. Up to now, the forces are maintaining their discipline, which is very, very important. A disciplined army or disciplined soldier is important because it contributes to social and political development. And we're happy because forces are disciplined. They adhere to the orders given to their command. Apart from that, the national security, in collaboration with community leaders and opinion leaders, they work together, and they access, they reach out to some of our officers with illusion or hope of encouraging defections and resignations. We have been following these activities, and some of you might have heard of these defections that have happened. And when they defect, some of them write resignation, and when they write resignations, they write things that, for instance, they have been left alone. The structure of the movement is tribalistic. Decisions of the movement, it's unclear who takes the decision. The chairman, commander-in-chief of the movement is not with them in the ground. They have been left alone. There is corruption. Those are the things that they write. Some of those things that they write are just created by national security operatives and some of the community members who are involved in this. The community members are involved because of political reasons. These days we learned if you are able to bring some members home, that will justify for you a political position. This is on the side of our community members. So you can be able to, if you work hard, you can be appointed as a governor, you can be appointed as a minister. So at the end of the day, the struggle becomes the struggle for position, the struggle for stomach and money. That is one. Of course, the national security, these are the regime protectors. So they were doing everything to ensure that those movements that have forces in the ground, the forces are demobilized through this kind of fight. So this is a classical tactics of defeating the opposition, by the way. So this is what they're doing. But the good thing is that some of these people that they're targeting, they usually target people, for instance, who are sick, and they have come out from the field, from the operation area, and they're taking their rest. So these are the people whom they access them. And because of the strategies, these people, and of course with also limited capacity to think on the way forward, you find that when somebody comes with an offer to you and you give up and you surrender, and then you are forced to resign and write these kind of things. So this is actually what has been going on. Now, like the last group that has gone, when they resign, actually when we suspected the activities that they were doing, and then the leadership decided that these people should be dismissed, and they were dismissed. After they were dismissed, they got annoyed and started writing this resignation and forming rebellion and what. Now, within 1 week of their resignation, this same group fought among themselves and then others defected from each other. Like now, the rest of the group straight away, because the disagreement was whether to go straight away to Juba or to go to Nairobi and participate in peace talk. Imagine when was that, and then the peace talk was today. So the plan was already made long time ago. So they disagreed among themselves. Those who are not interested in the issue of peace talk said, no, we cannot wait. So those who had went straight to Juba, now they're in Juba. And now this one, I think there are two. Those who remain were two. Now who are participating in peace talks in Nairobi. There are only two. Now imagine Kenyan government inviting two individuals called NAS RCC. Two individuals. Now they are there. They're called NAS RCC. We're going to determine, we're going to talk about peace talks, going to bring about transformation for the whole Republic of South Sudan. Now you can see how belittling, how insulting, how cheap people are taking South Sudan is. You see? So this is the situation. There is a group. I saw their yesterday. I think yesterday I saw that in Yei, somebody was saying NAS officers resigned, rather defected, and received by commissioner of Yei. The military spokesman is preparing a press release. It might either come out tomorrow or next tomorrow, because we need to be specific and in detail. We don't want to lie about anything. There is somebody called General Mandela that he went and defected from NAS. That person called General Mandela is not a NAS commander, not even a NAS soldier, not even a NAS member. That General Mandela, me personally, I know him. That man, Mandela, is a former bodyguard of Lokonga Moses. When Lokonga
David Lokonga. Yeah, David Lokonga.
That Mandela was a bodyguard of David Lokonga. Whatever happened to him, I don't know. When Lokonga was transferred from Yei to Juba, he was no longer part of Lokonga's bodyguard. One problem happened in Juba in 2016 when people started running away. This Mandela went to the refugee camps in northern Uganda. He has been living in the refugee camp in Uganda. Even we established the camp and the block that he has been staying in. Until last week, we were told he borrowed money from DRC, Danish Refugee Council, as an income generating. He squandered the money and he ran away. Now the police and a case has been opened against him for the return of money. The guy ran away and reported himself, claiming that he's a general of National Salvation Front. The lady, which was with him, that is his wife. The lady also claimed that she's an officer in National Salvation Front. That is the wife of Mandela. And the rest of the people who are with him are all his groups that he organized them and he went there. So these are facts that are there with this group. We will provide some details on this thing. So all these things are created stories, created plans to discredit National Salvation Front. First of all, to show that while we're refusing to go to Kenya and participate in that talks, we are losing ground we are losing forces in the ground. So meaning
we are not going to make anything. This is actually the analogy, the strategies that these people are creating. But our forces are intact. There is nothing wrong. And by the way, defections are normal in the revolution. There is a saying that the journey in revolution is too long, and every person has his own station. When you reach your station, you either give up, or you submit yourself, or you look for other things. Those are normal. Read the history of revolutions, and there's no revolutions minus defections. Always those things are there. But what is important is how do you recover? How do you evolve yourself when you were faced with defections, for instance? When we were faced with defection in 2019, when some of our commanders, senior one, defected, how do we turn the situation around to this level? You see? So all these things, it is not determined by who is going, but it's determined by how do you cover the void? What strategies do you have in covering the void? Because particularly if somebody who is like this Robert, Robert was the chief of intelligence, by the way, and he went. Now he might have gone with the sensitive information of NAS, but what he did not know, what this man did not know, there is something called counterintelligence. What he did not know, that already when he was talking to the enemy, people already know him, and therefore system decided that he has to also be obstructed from certain things. So by the time he goes, by the time he defects, actually he is devoid of what NAS is, particularly in the ground. He's devoid of that. So this is what the ability I'm talking about. How do you cover? How do you recover from all these things that are going defections and the like? Because you're not going to stop it. You see that? So this is the situation. So in conclusion, our forces are intact, and the good thing is that there are people also who are joining, especially that the situation is not going okay in the country, and also thanks to the behaviors of Matianganyor soldiers who are doing a lot of mobilization for us. Because if you go and you begin burning villages, you go and you begin destabilizing the civil population, you go and you begin targeting some youth for arrest and the like, and there is no way these people will go. So for them, the only way is only to come and associate with our forces. So they are also doing a very good mobilization for us, and our forces are intact, as I've explained, and they're doing the activities routine. And as far as they are there, there's nothing bad. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Suba. So basically, like from a bodyguard to the rank of general, in claiming that is a general of NAS, it's this regime actually has teach our people to become very corrupt in their behaviors to the extent that you cannot imagine. And I'm glad that you're able also to explain to people, and the person who was claiming, because when I looked at him and I was like, really, is this NAS? And I knew right away that it was a propaganda. Yeah, we are going to the final question, and then maybe later on after that you can also give a last word message to the people of South Sudan here, and then uh, the rest of my other colleagues maybe also will thank the room, and then compatriot Simon will play the last song for this inclusive interview today. We are not going to make a discussion after that because we want to keep this interview here with all the questions that we asked Mr. Suba and the answers that he gave, because this is the view of National Salvation Front, and we want our people to get it from here, because Mr. Suba he's the official spokesperson of National Salvation Front. So whatever he's saying here, he's speaking on behalf of National Salvation Front. That's why we don't want to divert all the information that are given here. This is for your own consumption as a public, to know exactly why NAS is not there. And plus the regime, or also some media houses, they are claiming that NAS is there, but actually in actual fact NAS is not there. Mr. Subab, this is the final question. I want to ask you. Recently, Chairman and Commander-in-Chief of NAS, General Thomas Chirilo Soka, signed NAS Constitution, and immediately it was followed by a new appointment in a sort of organizational restructuring. What is this constitution all about? And what is the NAS administrative, organizational, political, and institutional structuring objective to be accomplished by this new constitution? Mr. Suba.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Chairman and Commander-in-Chief General Thomas Cirillo signed the Constitution of National Salvation Front into law. That is, I think, I remember it was on 1st of March 2024. Yeah. And this constitution has been under discussion for nearly 1 year. We have been part of it. And the constitution is a fundamental document of National Salvation Front. It defines the objectives, the vision, mission, and objectives of National Salvation Front. And above that, it provides the character of National Salvation Front and the principles. Any political organization must have a character. You can see in the behaviors, you can see in the message, and you can easily distinguish that this is National Salvation Front because of its character. It also has values, ideals that we believe in, like democracy, rule of law. Those are the things that binds us as an organization. And those ideals, like rule of law, justice, democracy, we believe the people of South Sudan also wants. So if you begin to take them as your core values, then you find a way of inculcating to the people of South Sudan. So you cannot inculcate those values that people want if you yourself don't practice them. You don't believe in them. So the principles and values and our character defines who we are as National Salvation Front. And it has been put clear in the Constitution. Our mission, rather our vision, which I think we have talked about it, to have peaceful and prosperous South Sudan that ensures freedom, justice, equality, and the rule of law. That is our vision. So we will work towards that, having peaceful and prosperous South Sudan, where there is freedom, there is justice, equality, and rule of law. While we are working towards that, we will be guided by our vision, which is one, to restore peace, unity, dignity, and power to the people of South Sudan. You cannot be talking about peaceful South Sudan, where there is justice, equality, rule of law, if you have not restored peace, you have not restored unity to the people, and dignity and power to the people of South Sudan. And that's the mission that all along we have been struggling. Safeguarding our diversity. Our diversity, we look them as healthy, not as a source of differences, but as a source of strength. The fact that we are Denka, we are Nuer, we are Chulu, we are Bari, we are Lutuko, we are Acholi, we are Anuak, we are Zande, Mari, whatever, Acholi and what. It is not that we have to live in differences, but this is a God-given diversity that need to be celebrated, that need to be harnessed. How do you harness it? That's why we say this diversity needs a federal system for good governance, such that you celebrate and you advance your culture, and the government provides that protection for the celebration and for the implementation of your culture, such that you be proud and you feel that we have a nation and we have a government that believes in diversity. We have to work toward that, and that's what guides us. You see? Now, the Constitution itself also has objectives, which are many. I'm not going to talk about it, but some of them already I've talked about, like making sure this regime, this oppressive, ethnocentric system of government in Juba is brought down. It's important. Because if you don't bring this government down, this government will destroy the country. The government will not provide an opportunity. Think about your children, for instance. If some of us think that we are living in a borrowed time, what about our children? What about our grandchildren? How are they going to be under a system like this? And we have just seen in a very short time how the country is destroyed and everything is no longer there. Everywhere you go and you identify yourself as South Sudanese, you are faced with ridicule and shame and embarrassment. This is us in a very short span of time. What about if this regime continues for more 20, more 30 years? What level of destruction will this regime bring? What kind of nation will be called South Sudan? What kind of disorganization and destruction of the fabric, social fabric of our people will be? It's a disaster. So actually this regime is a national security threat. It's a national security threat to the existence of the people of South Sudan. That regime is a strategic threat to the existence and the continuity of the people of South Sudan. And that's why it's strategic. It is a strategic that the regime is brought to an end. And that's one of our fundamental objectives. Because if we don't do that, if we only think it is just making peace and we go under this regime, we'll all be swallowed. And at the end of the day, we'll go to square one. That's the prescription which is provided by the Constitution, which was signed on 1st March 2024. It also defines our social and a political relationship of the membership of National Salvation Front. We come from different background, different intellectual and academic background, different tribal, ethnic background, different religious orientation, different cultural and social orientation, different beliefs. All these people, with all these differences, becomes members of National Salvation Front. So how do you regulate this? You regulate it by having a social relationship defined in terms of the objectives and principles of National Salvation Front. And that's why we have membership, which are also defined in our constitution, like types of membership, like we have full member, we have associate member, we have honorary member. So if you're a full member, there are obligations there, what you are supposed to do as a full member. If you're an associate member, there are also obligations there. What does associate member do? If you're a honorary member, also the honorary member, the definitions are there. What are your obligations? So all this membership defines the relationship and how we deal within it. Not only that, the Constitution defines our structures of the movement. For instance, we have National Salvation Council. This is a legislative body that legislates on our policies and our laws. You see, we have Leadership Council. This one here provides leadership to the organization. You see, we have a Military Council. This one is responsible for managing the affairs of the army. We have NAS federal organizational institutions, and this is responsible for issues like we are going to have commissions that are responsible in implementing some of our policies that we wanted to put down, particularly in areas that falls under our jurisdictions. You see that? And also for us to begin practicing this idea of federal system that we visit. You cannot preach about something if you don't begin to practice it. Because if time comes for you to say, now you implement this, then you will have some ABCD of how you have to implement this. And then we have a political structure. And this political structure, this is the engine of the National Salvation Front in directing the movement in its political path or trajectory based on the vision and mission of National Salvation Front. So this constitution, which was signed, defines who we are as National Salvation Front, defines our vision and mission, and defines the categories of our membership, or relationship of our membership, and then it defines our structure, our organizational structure, how we are structured. And usually, for any organization, not necessarily political, not necessarily revolutionary movement, but any organization, even commercial entity, usually success depends on how well structured that organization is, and then what values that organization holds dear that defines its operation and relations. So we have actually done that, and before that we have been governed by legal directives, but now we have transformed into an organization which is based on a rule of law, because we believe that for any organization and for any country to work where there is a social contract, there must be rules. And that's why we want to be a rule-based organization. Not only that, it is also to help us to begin practicing democracy. You see that? You cannot practice democracy in absence of rules, in absence of laws, because you give priority to the dictates of the rules that governs everybody. So if you begin to practice in a small way, then when it comes to the big way, managing a country, it will not be strange. It will not be strange for you to begin implementing the ideas that we have. We want to avoid the example of SPLM of transferring jungle laws into governance. We don't want to do that. We want to transfer laws that we have into governance if we have the opportunity. The Constitution also defines how leaders are brought into to fill the positions in the National Salvation Front. And that's why immediately after this Constitution, we are able immediately now to appoint the deputy chairperson and commander-in-chief of National Salvation Front. Why? Because the Constitution now has given the way how this office should be created. Last time we were not able to do it because there's no power to do it. But now with the Constitution, now the legal provision has been provided for how that person is to be appointed. And also, it has also provided how that office will also be revoked. All these things are provided, and other offices. Soon, we are going to have a speaker of National Salvation Council, who is also going to be appointed. The process has also cleared the way how that one is going to be done. Soon, we are also going to have a Secretary General who will be involved, who will be the Chief Administrator, political office of National Salvation Front. Now, the law has provided how that office is going to be created. And then we are going to also have our general commissioner, or the person in charge of our federal organizations. That office is also going to be created. And then there are deputies and several offices that are going to be created. That is basically what this Constitution is talking about, and it has provided a number of issues, how these offices are going to relate, how are they going to function, define powers of each and everybody, even the chairperson, his powers are clearly defined, and many other things. And now it is going to provide now other laws that is going to come out because of this Constitution, Particularly, we're going to have laws that will define our alliances. How are we going to relate? What kind of groups that we are going to deal with? What is actually a like-minded person or organization? It is going to be defined, and this we are going to borrow them from our constitution. What does our vision say? What is our mission say? Now, does the like-minded group in the other side, what does his vision say? What are his vision? What are his characters? What are his principles? So those things and ours, if it rhymes, this is when we say this is a like-minded political group, but not just out of political conveniences and the like. So this thing, the constitution is going to define for us many things, and as the question put it, administratively, it is going to organize us. How are we going to manage our structures? Offices in diasporas are all going to be defined on the basis of this constitution. Our organizational structure, how it's going to look like, the hierarchy, it's all be defined by the organization. Our political work is all going to be mandated or directed by this constitution, and generally the objective is to make sure that we are able to realize our vision as National Salvation Front, our mission and all our objectives, and that document is a blueprint or the social contract that bind us and provide the way forward. Because initially, for the last time, we have been operating on directives, we have been operating on the documents that are not coherent. Now that this constitution is there, it's going to provide a lot of things, and it's going to help us a lot. Because when there are laws, usually things become very simple. We don't want to be like during SPLM time, we have a governor. That time, the governor of Equatoria, that time we call Equatoria because we are operating 3 regions and the 2 administrative areas, Blue Nile and Southern Kordofan, and then the 3 regions in South Sudan. So in Equatoria, it was late Abu John, who was the governor, and then the deputy were 2. We have deputy political, which is JJ, and then Logoro, late Logoro, was for finance and administration. So it was based in Yei. The office of governor was in Yei. So that time we were helping in the region as a youth. And then Abu John used to have a say, because the administration was just run, there are no laws. You just, when you're given an assignment, you just do things as it is until you're able to achieve your objective. So there are people who were given assignment and they will come back and they will say, we're not able to do this because there is no guidance that will help us on how to achieve this, and that's why I delayed. I was not able to do this. Then Abu John will say, please, we are operating in an emergency. So let me tell you, in absence of laws, do it until you are told not to do. You see, this today I was just trying to memorize on what late Abu John used to tell, and then I came to conclude that some of this assertion was actually the new definition of what a jungle law really is. Because when you are given a leverage to do whatever, until when the authority realize that you are now going wrong, then you are now brought to order. That time you already caused a lot of damage. So we don't want to have experiences like that. We really wanted to have a structured organization that abides by the rule of law, such that one day when we wanted to govern and have a role in transformation of South Sudan, we have experience and something to refer to, that this is actually what we want, And if we are able to implement this based on these principles or based on these rules, we'll be able to reach somewhere. So, in summary, this constitution that we have is going to govern us as National Salvation Front. It is going to guide us as National Salvation Front, and it is going to be the root. It is going to be our main root in participating and in transforming this country, South Sudan. Because we don't want to talk of transformation in emptiness. We want to talk about transformation with something, with substance that we want to provide. Our political message that we're talking about is guided by this constitution. It is not out of blue. We structured it from this constitution that this is what we believe in and this is what we are practicing. And therefore, it is up to the people of South Sudan now to judge, because the measure is the people of South Sudan to see, yes, this person really has an ability to help us in this area, not just mere talking, but action oriented. So basically, Sister Teresa, this is what the constitution is all about, and there are many laws that will come later on, and blueprints. Particularly, we want a blueprint on governance. Already, we have that in terms of our political documents on South Sudan. That document is there, and I encourage the people of South Sudan to read that document. We have a document on federal system. I ask the people also to read it. I also ask the people to read the Constitution of National Salvation Front, such that you compare. Does our Constitution, our ideas on federal system, and our political philosophy, does it correlate? Or it doesn't? It doesn't correlate. And this is where you have to test us. And if you wanted to argue with us, you want to critique us, read those documents, and then come back and begin to ask us and see whether we have something to offer to the people of South Sudan or not. That's one. And compare with the government in Juba. What do they have in terms of philosophy of governance, in terms of what system they wanted for the people of South Sudan? In terms of the constitution, particularly the constitution of the SPLM, how does the constitution of the SPLM resonate in helping the people of South Sudan currently under this situation that is? Compare that and compare with us and critique us. Critique us. And then we see, we use you as a barometer, we use you as a measure to see whether we have substance to provide or we don't have substance. Soon, our team also, our strategic team, because we have a strategic team that helps us in writing letters, writing documents, are going to work on the question of the economy. How do we want South Sudan economically to be run? Those ideas are going to be there. And by the way, we engage experts. We engage serious stakeholders that comes out with ideas. And we see those ideas. Does it fall within our philosophies, our visions? And we take over. You see? Like, how are we going to be? Are we going to be purely capitalist state? Are we going to be social democrat? Are we going to be a social welfare state where we provide free services or subsidized services to the people? Those are the ideals, those are the ideas, those are the ideologies that we wanted to discuss about. Not about this one comes from this region, this one comes from there. And above all, how are we going to manage our resources? How are we going to manage our minerals? How are we going to manage our oil? Does it mean that the oils that we have, it is only for the benefit of the present situation? What about the unborn? Do they not have a right to enjoy those resources? Now, if they have to enjoy those resources, what is the mechanism that we have to put in place to make sure that the unborn will also have a share. So are we going to have reserve? So how much is going to be kept for reserve, such that the future generation will also benefit? What are the modalities? What are the mechanisms? What are the assurance? What financial system is going to be put in place to ensure that individuals, system, state capture cannot go away with this reserve which are kept? And where are they going to be kept? Is it inside the country or outside in the certain countries like in Switzerland, where nobody will tamper with them? And what are the guarantees that nobody will go fly from the other side and take over those resources? Those are the ideas. And even agriculture. Our country is virgin. The land is virgin. It has never tested. It has never been defined by any fertilizer, by any genetic motivated crop. So our land, if we open fields, if we open plantations in various areas, we can be the breadbasket in East Africa, breadbasket in the world. Those are the ideas. What are the mechanisms? We have experts of agriculture in National Salvation Front who can help us in all these things. We also challenge other experts in other political organizations. We share ideas. Those are the things that we have, because we know the government in Juba doesn't have those ideas. They don't have that. They wanted things that are ready. They wanted to scramble over things that are ready, but they don't have a zeal. They don't have a zeal and capacity to build from scratch. To build from scratch. Buildings that are left by colonialists, buildings that are left by Arabs, instead of destroyed, instead of building on what is there, they cannot make anything. So what is it? What are our ideas on roads network in South Sudan? Not only road networks. South Sudan, with its vastness, it requires railways. Why don't we think of railways? Why don't we employ for what is, how do we maximize the Nile that we have? How do you maximize the Nile? Why don't we build, for instance, a riverian towns along our Nile? Why don't we do that? To such that we boost our what we call our tourism industry. Why don't we do that? You look at the stretch from Mule up to Kosti. You look at the stretch. What do you think we will have built along this? What kind of agricultural, what we call irrigation fed plantation agriculture along the line, along this Nile, fishing? Those are many things that will come out from this constitution in terms of ideas. Such that at the end of the day, those who want to engage us come with the idea, and we come with our own idea, and then we discuss. It is the discussion of ideas, but not discussion of petty things that will not help us. So, Sister Teresa, the question you asked about the constitution, it is going to take us to all these things that I've described. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Suba Samuel, for your for really staying with us here for 4 hours and answering all the questions. And I also want to salute the people in the forum, in NAS Global, in Clubhouse. This is also the official NAS Media House, the NAS Global, and then also we air this to NAS to our diversity on YouTube, because instead of just having it here in the Clubhouse, we thought that to air it more so many people can also watch it or listen to, for those who don't have Clubhouse contact. We really appreciate you, because you have given a lot of information in this interview, and I'm sure the rest of our team from NAS Media House, the National Information Committee, will come and also take some of your remarks that you gave here. We will share it also in other NAS platform, whether in Twitter or some other platform that we have. I don't know if you have last word, last message that you want to give to the people of South Sudan who are listening to you here today. Thank you. Are you there, Mr. Suba? I could see you blinking. Is it me here or? Oh yeah, go on.
Yeah. I'm saying Teresa, compatriot Teresa, and other fellow moderators. I see compatriot Simon there, and Lee and Dominic. First of all, I want to thank you for hosting me today for this interview to explain about our position as SOMA as well as National Salvation Front on this ongoing peace talks in Nairobi. As I put it in the beginning, NAS as well as SOMA under particularly the other two groups, National Democratic Movement, Patriotic Front of Ambassador Emmanuel Lagawin, and South Sudan National Movement for Change under Ostaz Alex Siata and National Salvation Front. We have decided that we shall not be participating in Nairobi peace talks, and this is because of the explanation that I put there. One is that the peace talks, Nairobi peace talks, is not open for addressing or discussion that can lead for addressing the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan by, for instance, introducing the idea of a roundtable conference that would provide a wider space for participation of different stakeholders in South Sudan in defining the kind of country that they want and in finding a final resolution for the conflict in South Sudan. Instead, they said, as it has also been confirmed in the opening statement today by the chief mediator, that the process is not going to negotiate anything, that is only to help in facilitating the successful implementation of the RRCs, or revitalized agreement on resolution of conflict in South Sudan, meaning the mediation in Kenya is only to help the members of Artigunu in Juba, the revitalized transitional government of national unity in Juba, to successfully implement the agreement and go to elections, and whoever wins and takes over the country, and those who help them to win or to successfully implement, either you join them or you come under them. That's literally what I can describe about it. And for those who believe that there are underlying issues in South Sudan that need to be addressed, that need to be visited, identified, and addressed, I think the current peace agreement does not provide that. And unfortunately, you are not catered for. So for that reason, we said no, we cannot be able to be part of that kind of arrangement. That's one. Number two, we have also highlighted issues of security and the fact that the venue is not conducive for free, fair, and credible negotiation. And I've explained that, I've given reasons why Kenya cannot be that venue. I've also given options like co-mediation, because that is also a gesture to say we don't deny somebody right to participate, to mediate in South Sudanese, provide that the mediation is packaged in such a way that it doesn't give leverage for somebody to determine how the agreement is supposed to go about. That's why we floated the idea of co-mediation, provide that this co-mediation will also be in the environment that we feel is conducive for negotiation. And that's why that environment or that venue is actually wrong, that we say it is conducive for discussion. So much as some of these ideas are not taken care of, and the negotiations seems to be already predetermined, have some specific ends. That's why the leadership Soma decided that we should not be able to participate in this negotiation. But much as this is said, it doesn't block an opportunity for discussions. Soma is open, or NAS is open for discussions, and that's why we are saying if government by any other way think that they still wanted to engage us as Soma, we are available, and they will find us in Rome, in the same table that they left us. They left us in March 2023. They will come back and they will find us there, and we shall continue with the discussion, provide that we have agreed on the agenda that need to be discussed. So the hope that I wanted to give to the people of South Sudan is that Soma has not blocked its door for negotiation. We are still available for. We still believe that that initiative has not come to an end unless the Senti-Jido themselves said they're no longer interested. But I think as far as we are concerned, they have not said that, but they said for them they are always available anytime, as long as they have been approached, they will always help. And they will continue to participate wherever there is negotiation, to make sure, because their end goal is to see that there is peace in South Sudan. And that's why you can see also their representative in Kenya. I think they are following what's going on, because it's also their interest. You remember Pope visited South Sudan and prayed for the people of South Sudan and wished the people of South Sudan peace. And this is actually what they want. The three leaders of the world Christian faith, the Catholic Church, Anglican community, and Presbyterian Church of Scotland. So we still believe in that prayers of theirs, and we are not going to abscond from that call. We will continue following it to the end. As far as the situation is concerned in Juba, I know in South Sudan, things are not going well. The economy is failing. Salva Kiir is changing ministers of finance like common dresses, just to address its failing or ailing economy. But the issue is, I think, for us, it's not about. It is not about the personalities, but it's all about the foundation of that economy. How are we managing it? How is he managing it? What is even our base? What is our economic base? Is oil really sustainable to manage an economy? Is it sustainable? There are no other ways. And apart from that, what about the other factors such as efficiency in managing the economy? What about the issues of corruption? What about the rule of law, for instance? What about security? Does this thing not have an impact? See that? So those are the things. So to the people of South Sudan, on these things, those are very serious issues. The country is failing, and many things will happen. But let people not lose hope. Let people not lose hope. Usually, in the face of difficulties, comes a ray of hope. Comes a ray of hope. When people faces difficulties, hope is always on the side or in the horizon. So we need not to fix our eyes on what is happening now in the surrounding. Let us fix our eyes on the horizon. What are the linings in the horizons? What are those opportunities that we have in our horizon? And then we need to tap on it and also readjust our positions to the linings in the horizons. And that's where we can be able to help ourselves. I want to thank the listeners who have taken all this time listening to this interview and to the messages that were provided. That's not going to be an end. I'm sure by now or in some few hours to come, someone I think will be able to release a detailed information on their position, given their structures, and from there also we'll be able to learn and read a lot of the official position of SOMA. Here we're just talking about National Salvation Front and our issues, but we'll have clear from what SOMA will release, and we'll hear more about it. And I'm quite sure also, particularly the Secretary General of SOMA, who is Ambassador Ajawin, or maybe tomorrow, next tomorrow, I'm sure he may also be hosted, I'm quite sure, so that he will explain also more details. What I've given here is on the perspective of National Salvation Front, but is going to provide maybe more perspective on SOMA, now the three organizations, that I may not have some answers on certain things that will come from there. Then people will now be in abreast on exactly what is all about this, what is the position of SOMA, and what will be the way forward on the people of South Sudan, and what will be the situation from now and some times to come ahead of us. Once again, I want to thank you, Sister Teresa, and all the compatriots out there for this time, and the listeners, wherever you are. Once again, thank you very much, and we meet again in also another opportunity to hear on the latest on National Salvation Front. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Mr. Suba, Samuel, for this great exclusive interview that you really shared a lot of information here. I do really appreciate your presence and your time and all the effort and information that you're given here. It will also help our information team here, and especially our media team, whether individually or as a group as well. And plus, the people of South Sudan, they will learn a lot from this interview. With that being said, I really want to appreciate you, and I'll just maybe give chance to Brother Dominic, if you want to say something quickly before, because it's already 4 hours and 35 minutes. If you want to say something quickly, and then we go also to compatriot Simon. Simon will end the room with a song, and then we have compatriot Mido, and Molana Lee is also there. Dominic.
Thank you, compatriot Teresa, the compatriots that are here, those who are listening. I wanted to thank compatriot Suba Samuel for this exclusive interview. I think there's a lot of stuff that you have said, from the talks in Nairobi, relating it to the events in Khartoum, comparing notes with the current mediator as opposed to what we have seen. Hopefully there are a lot of information that is being said here that the people will benefit from it. But most importantly, they will understand the position of the National Salvation Front. This was a peace that we refused in 2018 because it was not able to address the root causes of the problem of this country. And here they are again with clear objectives. Both the government and the mediators have set the tones for this current negotiation, that they are here to take you to Juba so that you join the RRCs. We wanted to congratulate the leadership of the National Salvation Front for this bold decision. Yes, people will say a lot of stuff, but history will always be there to absorb the leadership, just as it has vindicated you people in 2018. It will also vindicate us, because with such explanation, it will be very clear for people to understand what indeed happened. Reading from the body languages and the things that were said during the launching of this round agreement or peace talks in Nairobi, I was really looking at the advices that were given. And one of the advices that caught my attention was that of the president of Zambia. Of course, in any negotiation, you will never reap 100%. But even by way of bulldozing, already we can see and hear that the government, because they have set the tone for the outcomes of this peace talk, they are very selective in who should attend the negotiations, which we refused. I think we wanted to thank you for this interview. Hopefully we will meet again, because such encounter, especially in the days to come, is very important. That we need to keep our people updated. Keeping people without information is just like giving rooms for speculations. And I think this interview came at the right time, before even this information could sediment in the minds of the people, so that the government begins its propaganda. Already we are here to clarify so that nobody will come and say, no, these are anti-peace. We love peace. We love South Sudan, and we love that there should be a genuine peace in this country. In fact, in your words, it is the government and the regime of Salva Kiir that is, a security threat, a national security threat to the nation of South Sudan and to the people. Economy is nowhere to be seen. We don't have livelihoods. People are looting the country left and right. I was looking at a letter from my pet that the managing director is directing the finance department to release 2.5 million to the chairman and board of directors of the Nile Pet. Just like that. And here you have, for example, ambassadors that are living without their salaries being paid, and as such, they become victims of, payments of their rent. So the South Sudan is not doing better. So there is a need for people to rescue it. Thank you so very much. I'll beg to stop here. NAS Gua, people whose power, NAS Gua, let the struggle continue.
NAS Gua, computer. Mido, computer Mido.
Hi. I would like to say hi to each and every one of you guys, compatriots, and those who are listening. And a special thanks goes to Molana Fraser for coming up with this initiative, because I was wondering all these rumors. I said, when we're going to have an official to come from the office and lay down our standpoint. And I'm glad and I'm so thankful that our spokesperson came up and he nailed down all the answers. Very, very tremendous. And we would like to hear more and see more. And as he said, the struggle should continue if we don't fight for our people and get objective that's going to benefit the country and change all the nonsense that happen in our country to make the country for all of us, that everybody will see himself or herself to that beautiful country, that mirror, that you are a part of that country. And thank you guys so much. I'm so blessed and happy to be with good leaders that they have a standing point, objective that they follow no matter what happens. That's Gua, people power. Thank you.
NAS Gua, people power. Yeah. Let's go to Molana Lee. I don't know if you really did not. I really want to salute your patient for accepting the call for the duty, although it was very late at your end, Molana Lee, but you're able to accept to come. We salute you for this spirit. If you're there, if you want to say something. Or maybe he will be at work. Welcome.
It is not being at work here. It is lisa dubaksa sabay robo sabah. So min hina up to Shakal Street. I believe all has been said. I'm just glad, as I've said when we started, that this exclusive meeting interview is for fact-finding and the truth to be put out as naked as it is, because a lot has been going on for Junubin, and Junubin are so confused, they're not sure what are they hearing. They're hearing everything from left, right, from any side. Medias are not giving them what they need. Medias is just pouring out anything. The regime supporters are doing their best
even though they know what is coming out of their mouths is not correct, but they are just doing it for the sake of doing it. Because unfortunately, for some of them, it's a matter of survival. So it's a matter of living. So if they don't do that, they don't survive. If they don't do that, they don't live in the true meaning of living. So that's why they continue to vomit out whatever they want to vomit. But on that note, my great thanks to our compatriot Suba. As always, you never cease to amaze Junubin. Your facts are always not something you just think about and just say them, but it is things that work. It is things that happen. It is things that are to be stated, and it is necessary that they are stated to ensure that people know exactly what is right, what is wrong, and people get to go away knowing that, yes, whatever they've heard is what they have been missing, and they've been missing big time. I want to thank you for taking the time to be here and sniffed out all the nitty-gritty that people were lacking. And when we dish it out for our people here in the media, everywhere we can, at times people see us like crazy idiots because we talk and they think that we don't know what we're talking about. We're just yada, yada, yada for nothing. But we always keep telling them, you don't see us yada, yada for nothing. We yada, yada for a good reason. And always we back up our yada, yada, the little yada, yada that we do every day in the media. When we bring up our big boss to talk, our spokesperson, he comes and summarize everything that we've been yada yada about at any time. So that's a great job that you have done, compatriot Suba, and a wonderful job that all the compatriots have done, whether you're in the audience or you're up on the stage. This was a great time. It's a time worth while. It's not a wasted time. Yes, for me, it started at 2 in the morning, and until now, it's now, I call it 7 or so. So it is it's a struggle. We have to keep doing it. We have to keep doing it, ensuring that, knowing that our people are in the good hands, and they have the right information. They have, and there's no propaganda here, by the way. People might be thinking, oh, this is our propaganda. We don't propagate on things that have to do with people's life. A lot of people are suffering. A lot of people are dying back home. We cannot make a propaganda on that. We say things that we're trying to save the remaining life that are there. And we can see, and all of you have heard, and now you can sit down and compare for yourself. You realize that those masquerade talks that's going on, you can see who is really up to saving the people's life. Is it the masquerade and all the game that's being played up? This scenario that is going on in Nairobi is a game. Outcome of it, we can see what's going to happen, and we will come back here tomorrow and we'll prove it again to you. What did we say today? That will happen. So without continuing saying a lot, I just want to say compatriot Teresa, compatriot Dominic, compatriot Mido is here, compatriot Simon. Yeah, I can see she's still here. And to all of us who have been here since we started this, congratulations to all of us. This is where we shine, when the truth is being dishing out to the people of South Sudan. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oops. Thank you very much, Molana Lee. I really want to salute you, my brother. This is the spirit of revolution. You know, you took it there at 2 o'clock at your time, but you came here to be with us. I really appreciate you. May God bless you. Bulldozer, now the time is for you. As for those people who are also watching, maybe through YouTube, our diversity. Of course, this interview here is aired from NAS Global Forum. It's an official NAS forum. So just for you to know, we just air it here for those who might not have Clubhouse. They will also utilize, the YouTube. Thank you very much. Bulldozer.
Thank you so much, compatriot Teresa, compatriot Dominic, compatriot Lion, Raw, and you always Raw. Always, I want to thank compatriot Mido, and big thank to compatriot Soba. Tabana Jama, Chairman Bitana Kelim Gulu, Ajesim Honorable De, Namaendu. Everybody is compatriot. So that's what we use. We don't call people honorable. In Juba, they call it honorable, but actually they are horrible. So, Esenkirema Derin, Nadunas Pasamta honorable. We call ourselves compatriots, and that's how we are. So, I really want to thank compatriot Soba for a great job that he did today. And I also want to thank Chairman Joe Thomas for bringing such a wonderful spokesperson like Soba Samuel, somebody who's well articulated, somebody that can address the issue of the nation, that can articulate things very well, and that's the work of the spokesperson. So we are really blessed to have a such person in our movement who always is ready to come and, counter attack whatever people try to bring propaganda on us. He always come and, iron it out. So I want to thank him for that, and I want to thank all our compatriots and all the people of South Sudan who have been listening from the beginning of this room up to now. It is really a great blessing to have all of you here. I think you did not waste your time. You have really spent this time well by receiving this great message from our compatriot Soba. Also, if you guys get a time, please just look at the schedule of that, the peace talk Almon who want spoke for Nairobi. It's not really something that even some of the party is not include on the schedule, and I don't know why. Maybe they already get their deal on the side. That's why they are not put there to do presentation. But we wish those who are in Nairobi all the best, and let them do whatever they want. Lumon Mada Salam Bitomon, Kelumon Mada, Lumon Roa Jua, Kelumon Roa. But they should also know that the prison is still open to everybody. They call it a big prison, Al Fijuba, the Destination Al Kabir. Ali Yani is always welcome. Le Naskulu, Al Finak. Fa Umon Mada Salam Kelumon Roa Jua, Latin Yani, we are following what is right for the people of South Sudan. We are not just like position lovers. Lokande Kalamta position, Kanzeden Bedir Fijuba, but we are here to fight for the people of South Sudan. Nader Hugukta Junubin Lazim Kiltalaw. Lo Hugukta Junubin Dematala Bitergalsa, Ajasim Juba Desala Siluna Shirin Teletin Sana, we will fight until Naligo Hugukta Junubin. Espelekan Shakele Mude Kamo Shirin Sana until Umon Ligo Huguk Bitomon. For it is not, we are only 7 years old, so that you cannot worry about it. And we are not going to be worrying about it. And if it requires all of us even to go on the ground and to fight for our people, we will do so. We'll continue to pursue what is right for the people of South Sudan until we get it. And then after that, we will say to the people of South Sudan, this is what we have been fighting for.
Maybe you can.
So, Manase Jama Fizolga, Jananin ma telephone. So, La Dina Jamana Bogi Fini, Ana Bukulekum Shukran, or Shukran Lekullu, Mustamain, Al Jamin, Bidaya, to listen to NAS Global. This is where we bring our officials. We have NAS Global, and we also have NAS US Media. So lofi ai haja alna dere jibu NAS kubar bitana na diamond bijibu mon na bijibu mon fi this platform so that they can come and talk to the people of South Sudan. So let us be ready anytime lofi any information alja. We will inform you and we will come out and let you people know what is going on في South Sudan ولا في anywhere. So ladini أنا بقول لكم شكرا وشكرا سديد يا كومباتريو صوبا ربنا كليكم مايتا كلي أفسيتا في كل ما لا تفوق ربنا لازم كلي كن معكو أفسيتا ما في جباس لك. أنا play the last song. The last song is talking about Tabana. I think most of you have listened to this song. This is the song that I love so much. Yani South Sudan de bele bitana sala lubiga batal zede lazim nama bisibu na be continue to fight for it and we will continue to stand for it. We are not giving up, and that's why you see us continue to fight for the people of South Sudan. We want peace for the entirety of Sudan. They're gonna very important. Rabana Bisadi to inform. Shukran, I think that's the end of the song. The song is really very meaningful. It's really tough. Lakin, what can we do? Sala Lubiga Batal Zede, it is our country. We will continue to live there, we will continue to fight for it. Ata Lubiga, there is still Hayata Nakulu, no matter they give up on it. We will continue to fight for it until the day will come that we will rescue the rest of the country. So, shukran, أنا بوقف هنا.
يا شكرا كتير اخواني واخواتي. احنا خلاص جينا للنهاية بتاع يوم بتاعنا بتاع الليلة مع أستاذ Mr. Suba, the official spokesperson of National Salvation Front. هو كان معنا في interview أو في لقاء حصري اللي هو inclusive interview, and then he actually talked about so many points that people who might want to know about why NAS was not part of the Kenya peace talk, as some of you maybe have seen. Because on the media, some people may hear that NAS is there, whole out group is there, like the way they always put things, but we are not part of this event. And thank you very much. And I'm about now to end the room by first dropping all the members of the information from the stage, and then we can end the room here. Yeah.
Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression, to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation, that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always nice, Goa people power.
Yeah, NAS Goa. 1, 2, 3, and then we go. 1, 2, 3, we go.